Hi guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to the Harry Potter book review, chapters 28 to 29, guys. Oh my goodness, they're great ones. Again, it's another one of these cases where they're absolutely awesome chapters, and then when I have to refer to the movie to see how it was done there, it was incredibly brief. Incredibly brief, guys. Although there are some differences, which we will talk about. But yes, guys, these chapters are absolutely excellent. My goodness, the end of 28 is chaotic, and we see some different sides of different characters. That was the main takeaway that I got from that. But yes, very, very interested to get into this, guys. And so, hang on. Uttipu, Piscapoo, and Tesserosso. I think I forgot to do that. Did I forget to do that? Well, I've done it now. Either way, guys. Hi, I'm Veggie. If you're new here, these are in-depth book reviews, guys, and I mean in-depth, literally. You're probably looking at the runtime and thinking, oh, he's done a Goblet of Fire review. Okay, no. This is 2 chapters. This is 2 chapters that we'll be talking about in-depth, guys. I'll be giving my thoughts, and then in the second part of the video, second half of the video, I should say. Don't worry, there is another 6-hour video coming your way. The second half of the video, I then go into your comments, which are read out via the book club, guys, which is something that's over on the Patreon. You can back the Patreon for as little as $1. You can pay as little as you want and get access to everything on there, including the new film reviews. So good to be back to doing film reviews, guys. Loved The Hobbit. I loved the animated Hobbit, guys. I really did. I got some lovely comments on it as well. Seriously, yeah, they're very, very. Obviously, it's very loved. But yes, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which is getting intense at the moment. My goodness. And numerous other things. You pay as little as you want to get access to all of it, guys. There's no tier system, and so you can do that and then get access to the book club, I should say, sorry, which is where you can leave a comment about the chapters that we're covering, be it questions, opinions, thoughts, whatever, and then I read that out in the second half of the video. And it's always an absolute treat, guys. It really is. It's so interesting to read differing opinions in the book club. And so, if you want to be a part of that, you can check that out. And also, if you back the Patreon, you also get 2 more episodes of this. And so, basically, if you're watching this for free on YouTube, over on the Patreon, there are already 2 more episodes, which is basically 10 hours at least, or more of me waffling. And so, if you run out, then you can check that out. Pay as little as you want and get access to that as well. Don't worry though, they will all be coming up for free on the YouTube, as we go. Either way, guys, thank you so much. I have one bit of housekeeping to do, and I feel absolutely terrible at having to do it. Yes, basically, I made a mistake last time, guys. So there is a part of the book a book club, which because I got like a blurb saying like the do's and don'ts. So it's very, very simple. It's basically keep your comment relatively short. That's basically it, because some of them can be essays, seriously, which I appreciate, because it's very exciting stuff. But there is the option of direct messaging me your thoughts on the Patreon as well, and I read those out so they're separate away from the book club. I forgot to do that last time, guys, and unfortunately Kyle left their first ever comment on the book club, and I didn't bloom and read it out, and so we're going to do it now, guys. This is obviously covering the previous 2 chapters that we did. I'm so sorry, Kyle, if you're watching. Let's read it. Hi, Veggie! I'm new to the Patreon. Thank you very much. But before talking about the chapters, I want to say that I'm enjoying the videos over on the Veggie Wrestling channel. I need to do my bad blood predictions. Yeah, need to do my bad blood predictions before the end of next week. There is talk that CM Punk and Drew McIntyre may not be main eventing now, but I don't know. The thing is, guys, when it comes to wrestling journalists, journalist is a very interesting word to use. That's all I'm going to say. Right, now. I was one of the first subscribers over there, and I really enjoyed the videos. Well, thank you so much, Carl. Yes, you can check out Veggie Wrestling on YouTube, guys. It's where I basically give my thoughts and predictions and stuff for wrestling events, but we will be doing other wrestling-related stuff in the future as well, so if you've got any thoughts, please let me know there. But yes, be one of the first 100 subscribers over there, guys. And thank you very much. Right, chapter 26. I'm unsure which I like more. Dobby helping Harry in the book, or Neville helping him in the movie. I really like those scenes before between Harry and Neville in the movie, but I also love Dobby. Yeah, I don't think anyone despises the fact it was Neville. My only issues with those scenes, which I've already gone into, is that there is absolutely no thanking Neville. Absolutely no. You presume it may be happening in between scenes, but it's basically Harry saying that Neville's just waffling, and then Neville suggests the solution, and then it cuts to basically Harry having to go at him again because he's not sure if it's going to work. Sorry, you know. Either way, but yeah, I think it was a great. If it had been Moody or Ron or or Hermione, it wouldn't have been as good. It really, in fact, now think about it, the most likely would be Moody, I guess. Then Hermione. Ron would. That would be so out of nowhere. So yeah, I think it's considering there isn't Barty Crouch, because not Barty Crouch, sorry, Ludo Bagman. That could have been an option as well. But obviously, he's not in the movie. So, right, chapter 27. I like how we get a small clue about the person who broke into Snape's private stores is stealing Boomslang skin. In Chamber of Secrets, we learn that Boomslang skin is an ingredient of Polyjuice potion. It's interesting that in the movie, Hermione is angry with Rita's article. Oh, okay, I'll move on to that bit in a second. Yeah, because I wouldn't have picked up on it. But in the movie, when Snape accuses Harry of raiding his larder, he actually says you've taken the ingredients for Polyjuice, and so he's like, yeah, that's very, very interesting. Actually, that's a good point. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's why he was there. That is only just dawned on me. That's why the person who we assume is someone else. Oh, God. Why is that only just dawned on me? Oh, my goodness. Okay. That has never dawned on me. And to be honest, it's in the movie as well. And it's never dawned on me why the Boomslang skin is gone. Oh, God, I'm an idiot. Right, moving on. It's interesting that in the movie, Hermione is angry with Rita's article on her relationship with Harry and Crumb. But in the book, she finds it funny. It's quite an interesting change the movie made. Now, that's a very good point, Carl. I think because they had zero time for the Hermione-Rita rivalry, that they just basically... Because the thing is, Hermione's having a hell of a time. As always, Hermione has such a bad time in the books, guys. She really does. She's putting a brave face. She's putting on a front to Rita. That's my interpretation of her in the book. So she's getting chased down by howlers and everything like that now and everything, and so she is probably angry about it. But they literally had one line to cover the entire side arc. And so she's just annoyed. Yes, it's just because they just didn't have any time. It would have been odd if we only allowed one line, which is basically Hermione saying, "Oh, I can't believe she's done this." If she'd been like, "Huh, she's done this, I don't care," it would have been very odd. It would have been very odd. And so because they did have more time to expand on the fact that she's putting up this front to Rita, it was the right decision to just make her angry, I guess. Anyway, Carl, I am so sorry about how late I am covering your comment. Now let's get over to my thoughts on... Yes. Chapter 28, The Madness of Mr. Crouch. I don't like the title of the chapter, guys. I wonder if that'll come up in the book club. I don't like the title of the chapter. Let's go over to Max's summaries, which is like a brief little summary of the chapter before I go into my notes. And I'll also change over the side panels, which is something that Jonas makes, and they always look wonderful and really give these videos a professional side, which I can never do on my own. Okay, let's get over to it. So this is a lot happens in this chapter, guys, and so the summary is quite a chunky one in comparison to other ones, but the next one's relatively short. We start with the trios wanting to send a letter to Percy asking about Mr. Crouch, and then they head to the kitchen to give Dobby his reward. Whilst down there, they talk to Dobby and Winky about her feelings towards the Crouch family. Hermione tries to convince her that she was treated horribly and deserves freedom, as do all elves, which causes the other house elves to ask them to leave the kitchen. In the morning, Hermione receives tons of hate mail. This is what I'm talking about. She's a rotten time in these books. After the publishing of Witch Weekly by Rita Skeeter. Harry and Ron head to Care for Magical Creatures, where they learn about Nifflers and the information about Leprechaun. The problem is, the word looks nothing like what I would imagine it would. A leprechaun gold disappears, making Ron feel shame for himself and jealous towards Harry. That's not my interpretation of it, but we all get to it. Later on, Hermione returns, vowing to see how Rita is getting her information. Ron gets a letter back from Percy assuring that Mr. Crouch is fine. With the third task approaching, Harry is asked to meet at the Quidditch field, where Ludo explains that the task is going to be a maze with obstacles. Ludo attempts to pull Harry aside, but Krum beats him to it. He and Harry take a walk to the woods to chat about the relationship between Harry and Hermione. Cremoni? Oh my goodness. Krum is relieved to find out that they have always been just friends. Out of nowhere, Mr. Crouch comes out of the trees, babbling about his family, Weatherby, and how he made a mistake and needs to tell Dumbledore immediately. Again, the title of the chapter. We'll get to it. Harry rushes to get the headmaster when he is cut off by Snape, who delays him seeing Dumbledore. Luckily, Dumbledore arrives shortly afterwards and follows Harry to the forest where Mr. Crouch and Krum were. When they arrive, Krum is out cold and Crouch is gone. Hagrid appears and is told to go and get Karkaroff. When Karkaroff sees what's happened to Krum, he accuses Dumbledore of cheating and spits at him. Apology, Hagrid said calmly. Very nice. Dumbledore orders Hagrid to take Harry back to the castle, which he does after letting go of Karkaroff, dropping him to the floor. Thank you so much for the summary, Max. Again, so much happened in this chapter. It's going to be a chunky one. So yes, guys, the plan is to contact Percy. You get the impression that they don't really think that Percy's going to... They're just trying whatever to basically solve the mystery right now. And so, yeah, just to see if Percy would be able to give them any information. We do actually find out that Percy still lives at home, presumably, which I guess makes sense because Arthur does. But for some reason in my head, I thought he didn't. I don't know why that is. I have no idea. They gave the new socks to Dobby. Again, the whole... I've got my note down here, Neville. The fact that there is never any thanking of Neville at all. But, you know, again... There is so little free time in that movie. They're trying to cover so much in one movie. It's nigh impossible. They arrive... they arranged the... What? They arranged the elves to make extra... Oh, yeah, no, yes, yeah. They asked the elves to make extra food for Snuffles. Which Pigwidgeon will be flying to him. Winky is depressed. It's a sad sight, guys. She's basically she's had 6 bottle beers. She's having 6 bottle beers and butter beers a day, which apparently, if for humans is like it really isn't very alcoholic at all. But for house elves, it makes them hiccup a lot. That's basically what we get from this chapter. So yes, it's stronger for elves. Actually, that did remind me of the scene from, is it the Two Towers? Lord of the Rings? I'm sure it is, where Gimli and Legolas are having like a drinking contest, and Gimli, being a dwarf, thinks that he's going to win it because he's a dwarf, but Legolas, being an elf, like, is just not feeling anything. In fact, I think Eli says, I think feeling something in one of my fingers or something like that when he's like when Gimli's like completely out of it and everything. So yes, different kind of elves, I guess. Imagine if Dobby looked like it was played by Orlando Bloom. Orlando Bloom, that's his name, isn't it? Imagine if Dobby was played by Orlando Bloom. I would love that. You'd like be towering over everyone. So Harry asks her about Crouch, about if why he might be missing and everything, and like that sets Winky off again. She's like saying Master needs Master needs his Winky, which because I'm a child I thought was a really funny sentence. Crouch apparently entrusted a lot of secrets to Winky, and she basically said she didn't just care for him or do housework and everything. She was actually a part of a large conspiracy, it seems, which is very interesting. In fact, it could be that Winky is the answer to everything. It could be. Oh my goodness. Jeez. I hope she doesn't find out about what Crouch is like right now. My goodness, that would be bad. That'd be very sad. Might be up to 7 better beers a day. Oh yeah, when Harry persists about the secrets that Winky keeps, she says you is nosing you is, which is amazing. I just love the idea of Winky having to go at Harry like furiously. Winky's amazing. It's such a shame. I can't wait to see her design in the TV show. Because she's got a round nose, hasn't she? Opposed to a pointy nose, I think. Dobby, obviously, being Dobby, snaps back at Winky, saying Harry Potter is brave and noble, and Harry Potter is not nosy. It's an amazing argument between two house elves. I gotta say, at this point, the hiccuping, at least, maybe, I doubt Stephen Fry added them in himself. But the hiccuping in the audiobook did start to get a little bit annoying. Because it's like every other word there's a hiccup by Winky. It's only a very short scene though. But yes, she eventually just passes out. I think like mid-sentence in fact. I've got down here that drunk Winky is amazing. Absolutely brilliant. House elves have no right to be unhappy. When so when it's the house elves criticizing Winky for passing out. They like tuck her up in like a little blanket, which is actually adorable. And says house elves have no right to be unhappy when there is work to be done and masters to be served. Now, the word right there is very interesting. And to be honest, I can completely understand why Hermione would think that is odd. It's the fact that actually then challenges them, which then really sets it off. In fact, it actually says that, is my next note. Hermione snaps back at, in fact, it was Dobby who said, about they have no right to be unhappy when there's work to be done. And Hermione snaps at him. Everyone's just snapping at each other. Oh no! Sorry, I'm getting all over the place. So it is the other house elves that say about that they have no right to be unhappy. And Hermione points out, well, what about Dobby? Dobby was able to break the cycle and everything. Which Dobby then immediately says, "Miss, please leave Dobby out of this," which is very interesting. That's so interesting. We're actually learning a lot about Dobby there, let alone the other house elves. But yeah, the fact that Dobby has achieved what he wanted, but he doesn't want to be used as a reference point of what can be achieved. That is very interesting. And yeah, the house elves just look at Hermione like she's mad and dangerous. So it's not like what are you talking about? It's like, oh my god, she's a bomb. It's a lion. So, that's actually quite crazy. But, that could be the fear of change, though. It could be the fear of breaking out of the norm. And so, this whole story arc, I mean, the whole book is all about prejudice, guys. And we all get to prejudice. Oh, my goodness, Hagrid, some of the things he says later on in this chapter. But, yeah, this book's all about prejudice. And I really appreciate it, guys. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating read. So yeah, they get chucked out. They just basically get hurried out by all these house elves and everything. and it says how Dobby is left standing next to the lumpy tent cloth that was Winky. It's an amazing image. I really like I really like how she's like really tucked in and everything. It sounds like an amazing image. In fact, that would be a cool bit of merch, like a soft toy which is Winky in this like blanket. That'd be awesome. With obviously like hiccups coming out and a bottle of beer beside it. That'd be great. Ron says how they won't be able to ask about Crouch now and won't be welcome back in the kitchen. Hermione straight away just calls him out and says you were just interested in the food anyway. He was asking about the eclairs, which are amazing. Oh, imagine a vegan eclair. I can't see why it can't be done, because vegan cream is excellent now. On its ice... No, eclairs is cream. It's not ice cream. I'm thinking of profiteroles, aren't I? So yeah, so it's just cream, pastry, and chocolate. Why is there not a vegan eclair yet? Maybe there is. Maybe there is. But they are good. Definitely not vegan profiteroles yet, though. And again, there's no real reason why not. My brother's like profiteroles, guys. There's a fun little fact for you. Seems even this morning hasn't swayed Hermione. Yeah, so it's interesting that basically Ron and Hermione do continue to argue about it for the rest of the day, but then it's just left afterwards, which is good. I feel like they're getting used to arguing now and know when to let it lie, you know. But you would have thought that this interaction with the house elves would have convinced Hermione that maybe she needs to curb her thoughts a bit. Not give up completely on Spew, but that she may have the wrong tact or the wrong angle on it. But it really hasn't, though. It really hasn't. She's getting into the territory of they're not smart enough to understand, sort of it. That's how I see it anyway, but I'm still with her, though, guys. Some of the things that she's asking for are not that bad. You know, for them not to get beaten up by Lucius and stuff like that, you know. I feel like we can all agree on that sort of thing. Or maybe not. Let me know in the book reviews. Book clubs. They head off to the Owlery. No, it's just Harry, isn't it? It's just Harry that heads off to the Owlery at this point. I think they all go next time. Harry like spots Hagrid digging just outside his hut. It's quite sinister, but we find out why it is in this chapter, though. And but the thing he's a vegetable patch, isn't he? What I'm talking about. Maxine is trying to talk with him, which is very interesting. I didn't see that coming at all. I thought that it would have been left, but actually, that's a good point. That's a good point. It could be to do with the task, of course, the third task. I do wonder if you can actually see Hagrid's hut from the Owlery on Hogwarts Legacy, because I haven't been to the Owlery. I'm pretty certain I haven't. Yeah. Next time we play it, if we need to go to the Owlery, we need to check out if we can see Hagrid's hut from it, because that'll be a really nice detail. But yeah, Harry just watches him, like, you know, digging away. And when I first read that, I thought that does sound a little bit sinister, the fact he's watching him, but it's really not. It's really not. And the thing is, Harry, Ron, and Hermione have been up pretty much all night talking about what's been going on. No. That's the next chapter. Next chapter, Veggie. I'm getting a little bit muxed up. Yeah, that's when they're all knackered, isn't it? It's in the next chapter. Of course it is, because of the dream. Which I don't mind that title, but The Madness of Mr. Crouch. Surely that's a straight up spoiler. I'm trying to think of what the alternative could be. Like, okay, so the cat, rat, and dog, or what it was called. According to that chapter, turns out Sirius Black is a nice chap. Yeah. Because it's so out of nowhere where Crouch shows up, that it like even listening to audiobook, I was like, oh wow, okay. But at the same time, I knew he was going to be likely to be mad, or to do something mad, I guess you could say, because it could be, you know, yeah, it could be something that he does in this chapter that's mad. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let me know, guys. Does that bother you at all? Maybe again, it might be in a book club, so we'll get to it eventually. Sorry guys, that was a reference to Fawlty Towers. Yes, so can you see that the hut from the Owlery? We got to try that out, because the thing is, the Hogwarts Legacy does have a great lot of detail, and so if that's kept in, that's so cool. God, they did a good job in building Hogwarts, guys. They really did. It's so impressive. Next day, Ron suggests that the elves could send Huh? Oh, yes. Okay. So basically, guys, a technique that I've started doing now is using... I don't think it's technically shorthand, but when I make notes, I'm calling Ron R. I'm calling Harry H. I'm calling Hermione HR. And I find that a lot faster to type and not often quite easy to read. But just now, I've written G, and I could not think of who the heck G is, but it's Gryffindor. So the next day, Ron is suggesting that because of what happened with the House Elves, they could start sending subpar food to Gryffindor's table. That wasn't going to happen. I think that Ron knows more than anyone that wasn't going to happen. Because he's the one who has the most experience with them, kind of. Well, no. But Harry's the one who has the most experience on them, isn't he? Hermione has subscribed to the Daily Prophet. There is a dark irony there, isn't there, guys? That she's essentially paying Rita Skeeter to find out what she's said about it. That doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. Yeah. It's definitely an odd bit of irony there, which, in a weird way, I would have thought that Hermione would have picked up on and not done it, but she's done it though. So she wants to find out before. She doesn't want to find out each time from the Slytherins what's happening, you know, and so she's decided to do it. She really should just try and borrow Seamus's. I don't know if they really get on at all, though. I don't think we've ever had Hermione and Seamus interact. No, we must have done in the books. We absolutely must have done. Owls bring... Oh, yes. So, yeah. So she's expecting the Daily Prophet to arrive, but instead, 7, I think, owls... Yes, 7 owls arrive, all with threatening letters. One says, "Go back where you come from, Muggle," which is so interesting, guys. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've ever heard a Muggle-born student being referred to as a Muggle. Oh, we may have done. We may have had Draco referring to Hermione as it, but I don't know. Because that's willful ignorance there. That's willfully... That's willful stupidity by the person who's saying that. To say that a wizard who was born from Muggles is a Muggle. It's... yeah, and so yeah, that's horrible. I really hate that line. And I don't know if we've ever had Muggle-borns being called Muggles before, but the thing is, it stinks of real prejudice. You know, yeah, and so, again, oh gosh, this discrimination in this book, guys, is so fascinating. The letters are, I should say, are cuttings from the Daily Prophet. In fact, I think it does say, but it's basically, you know, stuck on, so there's no handwriting and everything. You know, it's what people do in these sort of horrible situations. She opens another letter, and her arm is suddenly like covered in this not acidic stuff, but it's like bringing out in boils and everything. And Ron immediately, I'm very impressed by him here. Says undiluted bubopus. Well done, Ron. He said that seems out of his league, but he recognised what it was immediately. So he tries to help her out with that. Yeah, Hermione's just having... she always has such a bad time in these books, guys. I really do feel sorry for her. I have got down here, surely this has now gone into harassment and actually being illegal now. You can't... Is it completely legal? Or is it one of these things where if you have a fight as a kid, then you just get detention, but if you have a fight as an adult, you go to prison sort of thing, you know? Maybe that's it, you know? Which is something I've never understood, guys. I really haven't, how it's so completely fine for someone to... It's much more palatable for a child to beat up another child than it is an adult to beat up another adult. I've never understood it. I don't know. There's probably a reason for it. Let's not get into that. But this is... I mean, the thing is, these are likely adults that are sending these threatening letters to this child and covering them in bubo pus and threatening to send them curses and everything. Surely this is illegal at this point. The legal system in the Wizarding world is fascinating to me, guys. I mean, quite frankly, what Fred and George did to Dudley at the start of this book, which feels so long ago now. That's crazy. That would be very illegal, doing it to a muggle. But there seems to be no... There never seems to be any reprimanding, like, at all, you know. You could say that Moody turning Draco into a ferret is one, but that's not really... That's not even a punishment. That's, like, again, an assault. It's... I'd love a legal text on how in Wizarding World what is and isn't legal. Because I do feel like what they're doing to Hermione here should absolutely be reported to the police. I mean, the thing is, or the Aurors, I should say, because they have stuck on the letters and everything, so they're covering their tracks, and so presumably it is legal, and so you'd really hope that Hermione would be informing McGonagall. Oh my god, guys. Why is it taking me so long to remember this? Oh, it made me sad. McGonagall or Dumbledore. No. Oh no, guys. Okay. Where are my notes, are we? And also, especially the fact that they are being sent to a school is insane to me as well. Okay, pause on the notes there, guys. We got to talk about it. Rest in peace, Maggie Smith. It happened a couple of days ago, I believe. Max of the Summaries actually was the one to inform me. Actually, he DM'd me on Twitter. Such sad news, guys. But what an incredible life. What an amazing career. She was so prolific, like so prolific for so long. I mean, probably like in the 60s, guys. I don't know if she started in the 60s. I know that she worked with Kenneth Williams when he was still relatively young, and so she may have even been working in the 50s. Which, when you think about it, is absolutely insane how long her career was. So I would have seen her countless times as a kid in different shows and everything. But the first time that I really noticed her, if you know what I mean, like thinking, oh, that's that person, that's that actor, you know, was in Sister Act, where she plays the head nun. I was going to say nurse then. And she's great in it, obviously. God, that's a movie which I've not seen for a long time. I never saw the sequel either. They're back in the Habit, isn't it? There we go. I think that's probably a better movie than I remember, in fact. Is it Harvey Keitel as the villain on it? Bizarrely. Harvey Keitel? I'm terrible at actors' names. I think it is, though. Mr. White, I'm pretty certain it is. But yeah, she's fantastic in that. But that's like early 90s, wasn't it? But she'd been working for such a long time before then, guys. There is a version of Much Ado About Nothing from the 60s, I think. It's black and white. Much Ado About Nothing, Maggie Smith. It's a version which I really want to track down. 1967. Oh, it looks like there were 2 versions in 1967, weirdly. No, can't be. Oh, has it been colorized? Because it's black and white, but the IMDb has a color. Oh no, that's just one of the actors. Yeah, there's a version of Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing, which has Maggie Smith, obviously a very young Maggie Smith, playing Beatrice, who's a fantastic character, guys. Beatrice and Benedict, their back and forths just make the whole play just amazing. The version which I know has Beatrice and Benedict being played by Trelawney and Gilderoy Lockhart, which is amazing. They are so good in it, though. Oh, God, guys, go and watch the 90s version of Much Ado About Nothing. It's so good. The music's wonderful in it as well. It's got some random casting, guys. Freaking Keanu Reeves is in it. It's got some very bizarre casting in it. But it's got the voice actor for Fiverr, whose name I always forget. I always forget his name, because I always get it muddled up with the other guy. Fiverr voice actor. It's got Brian Blessed in it as well. Water ship down. Richard Bryars. There we go. I love Richard Bryars so much. Yeah, the casting on it is amazing, and you will see people thinking, "What? They're in it as well." It's kind of crazy, you know. So yeah, I highly recommend that. Especially if you're not into Shakespeare stuff and everything, I feel like Much Ado About Nothing is one which is very easy to follow. And so I would recommend it. It's my favourite Shakespeare play by a mile, guys. I love it. But there is a version from 1967 where Maggie Smith plays Beatrice, which I need to track down. I'm going to try and do that this evening, in fact. Yeah, because that just sounds amazing. Maggie Smith playing Beatrice sounds like a match made in heaven. A casting made in heaven. So, obviously it was all over Twitter and everything. And it's very interesting how much... because Kenneth Williams was trending, and I didn't realise that she'd worked with him so much. So Kenneth Williams, you know, I've mentioned the Carry On movies a lot, guys. Kenneth Williams is arguably the main star of them. You could also say Sid James. You could still say a few people, but he's right up there with the most famous Carry On actors. Which started in the 50s, and so he's like a comedy legend over here. Died long ago, but I had no idea that he worked so much with Maggie Smith. It's fascinating. In fact, there is a interview with him where he tells a story about him going to Fortnum and Mason's, I think it's called, with Maggie Smith, because Maggie Smith needed to buy a bra. And yeah, what she said to the shop steward is outrageous. It's not nasty, but yeah, she said something which you wouldn't expect Maggie Smith to say. But yeah, very sad news, guys. But she was so good in everything that she was. But the fact is that she will always be remembered as McGonagall, and I think that that's a wonderful thing. I was talking to my brother yesterday. I can't remember what he said that he always associates her with. But for me, I think it is Sister Act, to be honest, because that was the first time that I would have seen her so many times, but it's the first time I acknowledged her as a particular actor, you know. Rest in peace, Maggie Smith. I don't want this to go too long, guys, but yeah, I think I was going to plan on opening the video with that, but I forgot, clearly. I wanted to get to Kyle's comment, quite frankly, because I felt really bad about that. But then when I said McGonagall just now, that hit me like a tongue in the bricks, guys. Yeah, let me know your thoughts about Maggie Smith, guys. When did you first discover her? I'd love to know. So Ron, straight away, after trying to help Hermione, so not straight away, but then does say, oh no! Sorry. Hermione goes off to the medical wing, and Ron says to Harry, I warned her. It's so interesting how Ron is such a well-written character. Because he cares about Hermione, obviously. He's friends with Hermione, obviously. But he is always first to point out faults in her. And that's exactly the same the way around with Hermione. Of course it is. Of course it is. Like saying about you're just interested in the food and everything. That's just what they're like. And it's actually it's so well written, their relationship. Yes, one letter says, I will send you a curse just as soon as I find a big enough envelope, which is amazing. Maybe it's an empty threat. Maybe that's why that's why they said it. You'd think they could magic up an envelope. Trades in the Wizarding world, you'd think that there are very few, considering how much people can just deal with on their own. Then again, the whole thing about underwater breathing last chapter, I'm glad that a lot of you agreed. It feels odd that in the Wizarding world there isn't an obvious solution to it. Yeah, it did feel odd. But that was last time, so let's not move backwards. Sound like Hagrid. Talking about Hagrid is care for magical creatures, and it's blooming Nifflers, guys. I was not expecting this. I thought Nifflers first came in Fantastic Beasts, so I was very delighted. Although we have had a Niffler in Hogwarts Legacy. I mean that someone was trying to sell it, wasn't it? But it's Random Hock instead. They're generally found in mines. They like shiny things, so presumably they're in there for diamonds or whatever. Whatever's in mines. They're used for treasure collecting, which is very, very smart. And Hagrid's lesson this time is find which Niffler will find the most hidden coins, and so that's what Hagrid was doing with the digging. It's very clear just from Hagrid's explanation of what they're going to be doing in this lesson that Hagrid has really changed, and I wonder how and why. Do you reckon that he basically said to Dumbledore, I reckon, okay, this is my headcanon right now, is that when he tried to quit, Dumbledore said, I expect to see you at breakfast tomorrow and everything like that. That there was then a conversation between the two of them, maybe at breakfast, where Hagrid did say, I really appreciate this, but I need a little bit of direction. That's what I think. And so I reckon that Dumbledore essentially said that it's best to make the lessons fun, because that is the best way of learning. And so I feel like that's probably what's happened there, because he's clearly changed. We'll see how long that lasts, but I hope it lasts, because it sounds, I would love to, oh my god, I'd love the Niffler lesson, that'd be my favourite. Yeah. Out of all the lessons we've had so far, definitely. More than a unicorn, in fact. Harry's still wearing his broken watch, which is amazing. I love the fact he's still wearing it. And it should be able to be fixed quite simply. Or maybe watches are different. Yeah, Hagrid really has changed. Ron's Niffler does the best. I think Ron does say yes. Ron says to Hagrid, "Can they be bought as pets?" And Hagrid says that his mum would really not like that, because they basically ransack houses, which does also make sense. What bird is it that likes shiny things? It's not a blackbird. Is it a crow? Is it a crow? There is a particular type of bird that will take shiny objects and everything, isn't there? Maybe that's what the reference is. Hermione arrives with her hand all wrapped up. I got down here how no one ever reports anything, but surely this time, now that she's been physically hurt, she has to report it, right? I don't know. You'd think that Hermione would. Harry, not so much. Ron, not so much. But you would think that Hermione would. God, I just feel sad for her, guys. So Ron's Niffler does do the best, and he's given a big bar of chocolates. as the reward, because the leprechaun gold that was used in the not the task but in the lesson actually disappears after a few hours. So I think it's Goyle like has loads in his pockets or something like that, and so it just like disappears. It's very interesting. Harry, Ron, and Hermione help Hagrid after the class. Maxine is watching on, maybe waiting for a chance to speak with Hagrid. It's very interesting, guys. I wonder if what Hagrid thinks is happening here actually isn't correct, but I think it probably is, to be honest. We shall see. Hagrid says to Hermione how he got exactly the same kind of abuse after his article. I just suggest to her to just chuck the letters in the fire as she gets them. You can't do that at Howlers, though, can you? You probably could. They'd probably go nuclear if you do that. Pardon me. So Ron's like being noticeably quiet since the revolution of the leprechaun gold. And then angrily says to Harry, "Why did you not tell me about the leprechaun gold that disappears after a few hours? The leprechaun gold that Ron gave to Harry for the omninoculars." Now I gotta admit, guys, I don't remember I don't remember it being leprechaun gold, but obviously it was. Harry says that he didn't notice, which I immediately think, oh, that's the wrong thing to say, the Ron. but it's not. But it's honest though. And says that he was more preoccupied by his missing wand, which is an absolute fair comment. But that was a good save by Harry. It still goes bad though, and Ron says, "I hate being poor. I don't blame Fred and George for trying to make extra money." It's so interesting how Ron can completely open up. I would say more than we have had even Harry opening up. Because he's willing to say stuff where that's such a personal thing to say. I hate being poor. And what he essentially means is he hates being him, really. And to counter what Max said in the description, Ron feels shame for himself and jealous towards Harry. I don't think that's not my reading on it. What my reading on it is, he thinks that Harry knew what happened and just didn't say anything about it because Harry's rich and little old Ron isn't, and so he's just not going to mention it. He's going to patronise Ron. I feel like it's the patronising. He feels like Harry is treating him like not like an equal. That's my interpretation of it. And so there is shame and anger, but it's at the fact that his friend would be treating him like a lesser. And not because Ron's fault, because Ron didn't realise it, and so he is humiliated here. It's sad, guys. It's sad, and that line about him hating being poor, it's heartbreaking, guys. It really is. I wish I had a niffler. Hermione says, "Oh, well, we know what to get you for next Christmas," which is an amazing line. Obviously, that's a joke, but she then does actually properly console Ron, like saying, "Come on, Ron." It's very nice how all three of them are able to console each other in different ways. They all have different tacts, and so I actually really like that. Hermione vows revenge on Rita Skeeter. God knows what she's gonna do. She has started getting howlers now, which I've got down here. It's literally abuse. It's literally abuse at this point. Defense against the dark arts. Hermione talks to Moody afterwards, which you'd think at this point is going to be something to do with Rita, like some sort of revenge or trying to find out Oh, yeah. So some sort of rage, but it's actually more tactic than that. It turns out that Moody didn't see Rita at the second task, which is very interesting. Harry suggests that she's bugged someone, and Ron says, "What do you mean? You mean giving someone putting a flea on someone?" Which is amazing. I really like that. That's so nice. It's so nice when that's the whole thing where like the wizards are dressed up in Muggle clothes, but they're getting the fashion wrong and everything. That's all good and gravy. But I really like the things where you think, well, actually, yeah, Ron wouldn't understand what Harry means by saying bugged, you know. You think there must be some sort of listening spell. Covert listening spell, maybe. But it's obviously not called bugging, though. Yes, I really like that, though. Hogwarts a history. Oh yes, so Hermione like says, have you guys not read Hogwarts a history? Which obviously they haven't. I'm sure they never actually will. I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe that'll happen in the final book or something like that. But yes, Hermione says how Muggle things like electricity, bugging, radar, etc. goes crazy at Hogwarts because there's too much magic. It's very interesting because I thought she was going to say that it's been purposefully blocked out. By wizards to stop Muggles from discovering Hogwarts. Not that they could. That's the reason for it. But no, it's actually a side effect of the fact that the magic at Hogwarts is so potent. That's very interesting. Is that does she mean that there's so much magic going on at Hogwarts, or does she mean that the magic is more potent at Hogwarts? I think it must be the prior, because the latter is something that we've never even heard of before, about a location being more powerful than others. Yeah, I think she must mean because there's so much magic going on, it breaks all those things. Although for it to break electricity is quite odd, because electricity is a lot more of a physical thing. Anyway. So, typically Ron is like saying about not making things worse with Rita and everything, and Hermione like says, "I didn't ask for your help regarding Rita," and storms off, presumably to the library, which makes sense. So presumably she is actually coming up with a plan. So God knows what it's going to be, but I'm looking forward to it though. But assuming it's going to be at the third task, I feel like Hermione's going to have something to try and expose Rita at the third task. Maybe we shall see. Oh no, yeah, but Ron says to Harry, which is obviously he's joking. He says that he bets that it's just that Hermione's going to print off some "I hate Rita Skeeter" badges, which is amazing. That would actually be a really cool badge. That would be a really cool badge. That would be really cool merchandise. Potter stinks. All fair and grand, guys, but "I hate Rita Skeeter" would actually be quite a cool deep cut bit of merchandise. Unless that is actually what Hermione's going to do, in which case it won't be that deep cuts. But yeah, I think that would actually be very, very cool merch. Just had a little break there, guys, and decided to look into this Maggie Smith's version of Much Ado About Nothing. Apparently it's the first ever, it's believed to be the first ever recorded version of it, which is fascinating, guys. It's not actually available though, because I think it was basically believed to be a lost media for decades, but then apparently it turned up in a Washington collection or something, and so that, which is amazing. DC, I believe, in fact, Washington DC, and so I think it is being painstakingly recreated. Not created, restored. There is a scene from it though. It's the first. In fact, I think it's Beatrice's first scene. In fact, which is available. It's like around 6 minutes long. I've just watched it. It is wonderful. I really want to watch the rest. Like I say, I highly recommend the 90s version of Much Ado About Nothing, starring Trelawney and Lockhart. But I should also preface, there are a lot of bums in it. Start, guys. You see a lot of bums. Okay. That isn't why it's my favourite, Okay, before anyone accuses me. But yes, there are a lot of bugs at the start, and then it calms down. It's great though. The music's great. Anyway, so Percy's letter arrives along with Easter eggs from Molly, which is very interesting. So again, that's why I was thinking, oh, Percy lives at home. Of course he does. Arthur lives at home. It makes sense. It makes sense. I got down here, but okay, my next note is Jesus ? Because that raises a whole can of Easter eggs right there about what is it. But then again, they celebrate Christmas. Yeah, so yeah, religion in the Wizarding World is something which I don't know if it's ever addressed, but it's something that's very interesting to me. Because you could go the way of saying that... I don't even want to say it, guys, but they could go the way of saying that Jesus was just a wizard in the Muggle world. I hope they don't do that. I hope they don't do that, guys. We need less of having to go at each other quite frankly. But because I was Catholic when I was brought up, guys, and religion to me is going to see my extended family going to a place, singing some hymns, and then going around their house for tea and biscuits and everything. That to me is what religion is, not the whole horrific side of it. It's what it is done to, you know, to people and everything. And so I like to avoid the friction of religion, and saying Jesus was a wizard, folk, would I mean, there would be angry people out there about it, but yes. Yeah, I hope that's never said. Oh God. No, you know what? If it had been said, I would know about it. I would have been. You guys would have told me it long ago, if that's what Jesus actually turned out to be. Let's move on before I get this video kicked off YouTube. Right, Percy's still living at home, and I've got to say, guys, very briefly, when I avoid talking about certain things and everything, it's not because I'm trying to have any sort of agenda or anything. It's just because I'm trying to be positive and polite and nice. Yeah. Being nice is seen with such suspicion nowadays, you know, and so that's why we're moving on from the Jesus question. Even though it was my note and none of you brought it up, only this idiot brought it up. Let's move on. Percy is still living at home. I assume not. Harry and Ron have dragon egg-sized Easter egg, which sounds amazing. Won't need Hermione's parents for that. Dentist. But Hermione's is the size of a chicken egg. I can't believe it, guys. Molly hates Hermione. And the thing is, it's so interesting that she still sent an egg, because there's two sides of it. It could be, okay, I'm going to send Ron and Harry these great eggs. I'll send Hermione one, but I'm going to make it a small one, so, you know, because of that. It could be a message that she's sending to Hermione, or it could be the fact that she's shown that she still likes her to an extent, because why would she send the egg if she absolutely despised her? But is it to not upset Ron? Because the thing is, Ron probably didn't even notice that she didn't get an egg. I didn't know that her egg was a chicken size. But yeah, I kind of want there to be a scene with Molly and Hermione in before this all gets resolved, if it gets resolved, of course. Because yeah, I want to see more. I want to know Molly's opinion of Hermione right now. I actually really do. Percy blows them off, which is typically going to be the case. Regarding Crouch. The Quidditch pitch meeting with Bagman, where he tells them that what the last task is. It seems like the maze is actually inside the arena stadium. It's called a stadium, isn't it? It just seems odd that it's called a stadium, but I guess it is. But it's the pitch anyway. The maze is actually on the pitch, which is very interesting. Which I don't know if that's going to be moved, but obviously in the movie it's this huge maze, which I don't think is ever seen there again. Well, it could be a magic maze that can be brought in and out, but yeah, I'm sure it wasn't in the Quidditch pitch on that. I remember it being absolutely gigantic, in fact. But also it makes sense because people can look down into the maze at the contestants. Presumably they can't shout anything. They can't shout instructions to them. Cedric says that Fleur thinks that it's going to be an underground tunnel thing because Harry and him are walking together to the Quidditch pitch. It does seem like that Cedric and Fleur actually get on really well. They seem to be talking a lot on everything. That could be... No, that's too cynical. That's way too cynical. I was going to say that it could be them trying to work out, each other's tactics, but I don't think it's the case. I think they're just getting on, I do speculate that maybe they're in the same class. Maybe. It's very possible, because I presume that these students are getting taught, aren't they? They must be. They must be. That's very interesting. They must be having classes with the Hogwarts students, right? But they're not with... Well, they wouldn't be in Harry's year, would they? Ah, that explains that then. Also, by the way, in the movie scene of the bit coming up, we've got Hagrid saying how Harry will be the youngest the youngest Triwizard winner of all time, which is very interesting, because this is the first time there's ever been an age restriction. You'd think that there would have been the potential of younger ones, albeit very unlikely. But that's a movie exclusive line anyway. The Quidditch pitch now has a maze on it. Cedric actually sounds quite annoyed that they've done it to the Quidditch pitch, which I like. I actually quite like that. That gives like a little bit of an edge. It gives him a bit of an edge, I should say. Fleur is beaming at Harry. She's like completely done a 180 on him, not 360 because I'll just be turning around. All the way around. But yeah, she's now Harry's biggest fan. Apart from Colin, of course. And yes, the hedges will be 20 foot tall. I actually don't remember how tall the hedges look in the movie. They could be around 20 foot tall. Yeah, I reckon so. And even with the raised seating, you probably still wouldn't be able to see people in a 20 foot maze, unless it depends how wide the corridors are. Always really annoys me on Labyrinth, where it really does actually. It's one of these moments which is meant to be funny, but it really annoys me, where the caterpillar tells the girl, can't remember her name, to not go that way, to go this way, and she says, "Oh, thanks," and then when she walks off, she says, "Wow, that was lucky. If she'd gone that way, she would have went straight to the castle." So annoying. So annoying. Anyway. Left off. I've pre-ordered, I don't know if I mentioned this in a book review yet, guys, I'm not sure, but yesterday I finally bit the bullet and did it. I pre-ordered a Blu-ray HD version of Watership Down, special edition, so it's got a bunch of stuff in it and everything. Watership Down I've definitely mentioned a lot recently, ad nauseum in fact. But I've ordered the special edition, and I'll be honest guys, the only reason why I did, because I've seen the trailer for the 4K edition, and it looks good. It doesn't look as good as I was expecting it to be honest. But I then went to the BFI, British Film Industry, I think, websites. Because you can pre-order it all over the place. You can pre-order it on Amazon. But if you pre-order it from the BFI website, which is like the official release obviously, you get a Black Rabbit pin, which I cannot wait to get. I basically spent the entire money on it. It's probably going to be tiny. But it is such an awesome looking pin that I just have to have it. And so that's why I pre-ordered the Blu-ray of the 4K version. Hagrid is preparing creatures. Oh yes, so Hagrid is preparing creatures for the task. Bagman says that there will be you'll need spells as well. There's going to be obstacles and stuff, but as well as creatures. Don't think we had any creatures in the movie. I know that we had somebody gets like almost consumed by a hedge in it, don't they? I can't even remember who. I feel like it's Cedric, in fact. I think it is Cedric. But yeah, I don't remember any creatures per se. Imagine it's a blast in his streets. My goodness, it'd be terrifying. So the leaders will get a head start, which is Harry and Cedric, and then Crumb will start, and then Fleur Delacour starts. That made me immediately think of the Eliminator from Gladiators. I don't know if you had the Eliminator in American Gladiators. I never watched American Gladiators, but the Eliminator is like the last bit on British Gladiators, which is just called Gladiators. So Bagman typically tries to walk with Harry back to the castle so we can have a chat with him, presumably to try and... In fact, even Harry thinks he's going to try and give me some hints again. But Crumb cuts them off and says, can I have a word? And takes Harry away. I've got to say, at this point, I didn't really... what did I think Crumb was going to say? I can't remember. But it certainly wasn't what it actually was, which is basically him... calling Harry out about these rumours about him and Hermione. It's so interesting how... Because whilst this is happening, Harry's completely bemused by it, and he says how Crumb seems to see him as an equal, as a real rival. I like that, guys, because since Crumb turned up at Hogwarts... Harry really hasn't had any... He hasn't been in awe of Crumb at all. Rum, obviously, massively was. Sorry about all the sirens, guys. God knows what's going on. I don't even know you can even hear that. But, so yeah, in fact, I brought it up before, where it's like, Harry doesn't seem to be that starstruck with the fact that this incredible Quidditch player is right there, you know? But so this was a really nice line where Harry thinks about the fact that this person that's looking threatened by Harry to an extent is this person who he's been to Quidditch World Cup to see, who he's a big fan of, his skills and everything. It's a bit of humility that I hope that's the right word, which we don't really get with Harry that much, but it's nice to hear that it was actually there, because it does sound like he's in awe, and it's like they're saying, he thinks I'm his equal. That's mad. He's Crumb. Whereas Crumb is probably thinking, he's Harry Potter. You know, so it's very interesting. I really like this bit. I actually really like it. And it all ends with Harry saying we've been friends. That's why we hang out all the time. That's why she's talking about me a lot. Is because we're good friends. And things de-escalate, and then Crumb says how good a flyer Harry is because he watched him during the first task, which is so nice, guys. I really like this scene. And then Harry I think Harry goes to say, but gets interrupted right at the end. Says how his Vronsky feint at the World Cup was amazing, and then there's rustling, guys. Which, if it wasn't for the title of this chapter, guys, I don't know. I'm making too much of a big deal about thing like that. Let's move on. Mr. Crouch. He comes out from behind a tree. Gotta say here, is it a lucky coincidence that Crumb led Harry to basically where Crouch was? It could be, guys. That sort of thing happens. But yeah, it is quite convenient. Or there could be some more to it, of course. Spoiler of the title. Crouch talking to himself. Harry. Oh yes, so yeah, Crouch is mumbling to himself and everything, and incoherently. And Harry's reminded of him seeing a Muggle once doing that whilst out shopping with the Dursleys. We have Petunia trying to keep Dudley away from him and seeing and everything, and then oh god, Vernon. There we go. Vernon saying about what should be done with people like that and everything like that, and typical Vernon. So this was a nice moment as well, because I feel like we all have those moments. I do, guys. I remember when I was pretty damn young, I was in Oxford, and I know exactly where it was. I could take you to it now. I mean, it would require you to come here, obviously. I ain't coming to you. Sorry. Pardon me. There's a shopping centre called the Clarendon Centre, which I think is meant to be getting revamped, but it's right in the centre of Oxford. It's kind of like on the commercial streets of Oxford, which there really aren't that many. So you basically have the colleges, which is obviously what you go to Oxford for, or the punting. Or to ride a bus. Or that's a stereotype's gone now, because obviously Oxford's gone very green. Not politically, obviously. But there, where you get your McDonald's, where the Burger King used to be, where there are 2 Harry Potter shops, a Lush. What else is down Clarendon Street? What else is down Clarendon Street? McDonald's? Why do I keep saying McDonald's? Boots, chemists. Wagamama's. Yeah, it's that sort of area in Oxford. It's the sort of area in which you get in any city, really. It's where those sort of shops are, you know. There is a shopping centre which, when I was a kid, looked like the Death Star. It doesn't anymore. It's all bright and white. But when I was a kid, it was all black and blue, and then like with spotlights and everything. It's very. I'd love to get an image of how it used to look. Okay, I'm going into way too much detail. Basically, I was outside. We were standing outside one of the jewelers there. They were looking at watches or something. My parents, I should say. And my brothers would have been there as well. Yeah, of course they would. And I remember seeing this man, and he almost looked like what you would imagine a caricature of a homeless person who was clearly off their head, walking like along, and his face, there was just nothing there. Not literally, obviously, but yeah, there was no person there. It was such a upsetting image to me that I've always remembered it, and I've always thought how easy it can be to end up like that person. I can't imagine he had long left, quite frankly. So yeah, that's always stuck with me. And so when I've never told anyone that, guys. I've actually never mentioned that to anyone. But that image of this person has stuck with me. And so it's so cool that Harry has a moment like that, and it makes me think that probably everyone has moments like that. Obviously, a lot of people don't. A lot of people are very disparaging about homeless people. That is one thing which I will never understand, guys. Gee, I do not understand it. But anyone with a heart, let's put it like that, probably did have that moment where they realised that there are people on the edge like that, and the fact that this person talking to himself stuck out to Harry. I really like that, and the fact that he immediately thinks of that. I thought that was an awesome little reference. Sorry about the waffle. I don't know why I went into so much detail about Clarendon Street, guys. But I know a lot of you have visited and even lived in Oxford for a while at university and everything, and so you know the Clarendon Centre, definitely. You would definitely. And obviously you had the Westgate, which is now, if you haven't been to Oxford in like the last 10 years, guys, the Westgate is completely different. And Westgate is where I realised that I had a phobia of tall buildings. I'm talking about Oxford. I haven't been to Oxford for frickin' ages, guys. I need to take Woozle. She's never been. She went to Reading last week. We went to a Reading, a vegan festival. I bought a vegan Scotch egg, which was nicer than I was expecting. But yes, she needs to go to Oxford. Anyway. Long sidetrack there, guys. I'm so sorry. I feel like we're making good time, though, because this chapter is definitely the bigger of the two. We do still have a lot of notes to go through, because like I say, the end of this chapter is chaotic. So I'm going to quickly delete where we're up to. Yeah, that story would seem. He was obviously drunk, this guy, but there's clearly something else though. He clearly did not have long left. He's calling a tree Weatherby, which made me happy and sad at the same time. This is back to the book review, I should say. Crouch, he then seems to snap out of it. I think when he sees Harry, or because he like grabs Harry and like says how he needs to see Dumbledore, and says done stupid thing, which is fascinating. Done stupid thing is singular as well, so it's not like a list of things. It's something in particular, which I have no idea what it would be. He asks who Harry is, and grabs him, and like Harry says, "I'm a student here." He doesn't say that he's Harry Potter, which is probably for the best. It says warn Dumbledore. Harry says that he will. Then Crouch goes straight back into talking to Weatherby. He says about how his wife and son are going to go to a concert with Mr. and Mrs. Fudge. First reference on Mrs. Fudge, I'm pretty sure, guys. Pretty sure. Which is obviously sad that he's mentioning his wife and son. Jeez. Grabs Harry again and says that he escaped. Says that he himself, Barty Crouch, escaped. Says Bertha dead, all my fault. My son, all my fault. God knows what's happened to him, guys. Maybe he may have just gone mad, quite frankly. But you get the feeling that this has been done to him, though. And if it is, you've got to think that that's got to be close to being an unforgivable curse, quite frankly. Up there with the top 3, of course. Mentions how the Dark Lord is stronger. Harry, after getting frustrated with Crumb, like saying, just stay with him and everything, and I'll go and get Dumbledore. And Crumb clearly is... He's extremely confused, but also just doesn't want to be involved. Like, you get the impression, you know. And so Harry then does run off to the office. The password doesn't work, which was Sherbet Lemon, wasn't it? I got here. There has to be a way of contacting Dumbledore in an emergency. There has to be. Well, would it be an owl, maybe? Oh, it could be an owl, actually. That's not a bad call. Yeah. But in an emergency, there has to be a way of contacting him. Are there fire alarms at Hogwarts? That's a good question. Probably not. You'd imagine they would be needed. But is there anything that requires an alert? You'd think there probably is. Especially at a school, you would think there would be. Gordon Bennett, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, but the fact that Dumbledore is completely inaccessible when he's in this office, that seems odd to me. I'm sure there's easy explanations for it, though. Snape spots Harry and shouts, "What are you doing?" Harry explains the whole situation. Snape doesn't believe him. And like says how Dumbledore is busy, and he starts to smile whilst he's saying it. I've got down here. Why? What? I don't understand why Snape. So you're telling me if it wasn't Ron, Harry, or Hermione, then he would have taken it more seriously. But because it's Harry, he's enjoying the fact that he's stopping him from getting to Dumbledore. It's insane, guys. And the thing is, Snape knows that Harry is in more danger than usual at the moment because of what Karkaroff's been saying. It's beyond me. I don't get why Snape slows him down. It's only a very minor thing, guys. It's only a very short scene, but I don't get it. I don't get the mentality behind it. It's like, say, like, if someone that you don't like tells you something really bad's just happened, are you going to just believe that it's just not true? It seems odd to me. It really does. And what does Harry have to gain by lying to Snape and then lying to Dumbledore? Yeah. Anyway, the wall slides, which I presume the wall sliding is Dumbledore's office opening. I'm a little bit confused about the fact because it says the wall slides open. With Dumbledore there, and Harry fills in Dumbledore straight away. Without question, Dumbledore tells Harry to lead the way to it, which is interesting. I gotta say, guys, this moment here we see a different side of Dumbledore and Hagrid. Particularly Dumbledore, though. It's so interesting. This is the most serious we've ever seen Dumbledore, like ever. When Ginny's life was at risk, and like with anything, this is like ultra serious Dumbledore. In my opinion, maybe we have had other examples of it, but it's very interesting hearing it though. Harry tells him what Crouch said. Dumbledore seems concerned that Crumb was left alone. Yes. So when Harry says, "I left Victor Crumb along there to come and get you," and Dumbledore, I can't remember what he says, but his response is like, "Oh, really?" It's as in that could go wrong, and plumbing right as well. When they get there, Crumb is completely laid out on the floor. And Crouch is nowhere to be seen. Dumbledore cures Crouch and, like, you know, keeps him down. I think Crumb wants to get up, but, like, I guess there's a chance of him being dazed and everything, and so, like, keeps him down. Crumb says that Crouch attacked him. Hagrid arrives with Fang and a crossbow because Dumbledore, like, uses a spell which, like, shoots off like a silver thing to go and message Hagrid, I presume. And obviously Hagrid thought it was serious because he got his blooming crossbow there, and so he's obviously thinking that bad things are afoot. And the fact that Dumbledore thought that was required as well is quite telling. Moody arrives, very interestingly. But then again, he would have heard the commotion, he would have seen what was going on, and obviously he has the map as well. Snape, that's interesting, because he says that Snape had mentioned something about Barty Crouch or something like that to him, and so that's why he's come here. Now that's very interesting, because I wonder, putting what Snape did aside just now, because I still think that is just madness. But putting that aside, I do wonder, I think there's two possibilities here, is that Moody heard the commotion and went to Snape and demanded it out of him, like saying, what's going on, tell me, I don't trust you, but I need to know what's going on and everything, you know, in a very Aura to Death Eater way. Or I feel like what's more likely, in my opinion, is that Snape, having realised how serious Dumbledore was taking it, went to Moody to say, hey, you're the Aura here, you need to get down there now. I believe that that's the case. I'm sure that some people would disagree with that, but that's certainly the way that I see it. The fact that Snape had, because Snape said something about Crouch being here or something like that, and so those are the two options which I can see, and I do feel like the one that happened was Snape, having realised how serious the situation was, thought, okay, if Death Eaters are here or something like that, the Aura needs to get down there, the notorious Aura. That's how I see it. So I feel like, in a weird way, it could actually be a little bit of a redemption for Snape from what he did just now, which still blows my mind. It's just enjoying it. It's so mad, you know. Anyway, not Mad Eye Moody or Mad Eye Crouch, which interesting enough, that I do like the scene in the movie where Crouch and Moody talk, and then, like, Crouch notices, like, the nervous twitch that Moody has, and his face, like, just drops and everything. And he, like, says, I thought I was the mad one, Moody says to him, and obviously, you know, we don't have the madness of Crouch in the movie, but it almost feels like that line was a reference to the chapter, maybe. Already covered that. Hagrid goes to get Karkaroff. Karkaroff instantly brings up the tournament, which is, I'm surprised that Dumbledore did say, what are you talking about, you moron? I know that isn't Dumbledore's technique, but he's like, are you seriously suggesting that we orchestrated this just so we can get, like, because Crumb is fine. Crumb is absolutely fine now. He's a little bit dazed and confused, obviously, but, you know, he's coherent and everything. It was very simple to cure him for Dumbledore, and so why does Karkaroff is mad? Everyone's mad in this chapter, guys. Everyone's insane. It actually made me laugh. It's like, you're trying to cheat again. Will you not bring up the topic for once, dude? Something serious is going on. I'll give myself a headache. I did find that funny, but he brought it up immediately. And so, yeah, Karkaroff thinks it's a conspiracy and a plot. Karkaroff says, you, Dumbledore, with your talk of closer international wizarding links, of rebuilding old ties, of forgetting old differences. Now that particularly that last one's fascinating to me, but that suggests to me, I don't think it's the Death Eater thing that he's talking about there. I hope I'm using the right term there, guys. I feel like I am. I don't think it's a reference to that. I feel like it could be that Drumstrang and Beauxbaton, or Drumstrang and Hogwarts, or both, had heat with each other because of something that had happened before. So rebuilding old ties between the schools. Forgetting old differences. I want to know exactly what he means by that. I don't know if we're going to get it, but I would love to know what he means by that. I really would. Because to me, it's not about Karkaroff and Dumbledore as people. It's about the schools. And so I want to know what the heat was. Maybe we will hear it, guys. Maybe we will. He spits at the feet of Dumbledore, which Hagrid then just goes into Hagrid mode. Instantly lifts him off the ground and demands an apology out of him. Dumbledore shouts no at Hagrid, and that is the moment where I thought, this is not Dumbledore. This is different. This is a different kind of Dumbledore right here. We also find out it's a different kind of Hagrid in a minute. My goodness, what he says. But Dumbledore it's definitely the most urgent and worried that we've ever seen Dumbledore, right? I'm not talking about the movie version, obviously, with him in the Goblet of Fire. But this is like action Dumbledore. And it's fascinating to see. It really puts over the moment as being, oh, this is actually really serious what's happening here. Because we're seeing another side of this character that we've known for so long. He tells Hagrid to take Harry back to the castle. Down here. Is this the most angry that we've ever seen Dumbledore? I feel like angry may not even be the right term, but it's like on edge sort of thing. I got down here. Imagine however Rita's overhearing things. Imagine if she was hearing this conversation here. That would be her retirement fund, really, wouldn't it? Just before Harry is escorted back with Hagrid, Dumbledore says to Harry that any owls that you may want to send can wait until the morning. Again, Dumbledore always knows. Dumbledore always knows more than he lets on, which is always awesome. But yeah, I did appreciate, because the thing is that's him also breaking cover to the fact that he does know what's going on with Harry and presumably with Black, but he's willing to risk that at this point to make sure that Harry does what he's told, which is it's making the situation feel so serious, and that's great. It's so good. I really appreciate it for that. Hagrid leaves Fang with Dumbledore and Karkaroff, because Hagrid doesn't want to leave Karkaroff and Dumbledore alone together, and so leaves Fang there just in case. But it's also a good idea just to have Fang there anyway. Hagrid is peed off. I've got down here. He really is. I was like, who's he talking? Saying that to Dumbledore and everything. And Hagrid is angry at Harry as well, which is, again, I don't think we've ever seen. I mean, we've had him be like, worried about Harry and everything, like, oh no, you shouldn't do that sort of thing. But no, this is angry Hagrid, like, say, what are you doing? The change in Hagrid and Dumbledore in the scene was amazing. It really put over how important it all is, whatever's going on. Says how Crumb is from Drumstrang, and he could have jinxed Harry right there and then. I got down here, that's typical Hagrid's bias, because obviously, what he said about Hufflepuffs at the start of the first book, but he didn't know. He's referencing what other people said about Hufflepuffs. I did misunderstand that. But for him to have these biases is quite typical Hagrid. But then he goes into overdrive, guys. He says that he has to that he'll be having words with Hermione as well. The less you have to do with these foreigners, the happier you'll be. You can't trust any of them. And that is the moment that Hagrid literally turns into juror number 10 from A Few Good Men. Juror number 10 from 12 Angry Men. There we go. Yes. You know what I like. He really does turn to juror 10. Oh, it's so good, guys. I know I've gone about that so much, but I highly recommend, even if you're not into old films, guys. I want to make sure it's the right version, because there was a TV version the year before which isn't as good, although it does have a couple of the actors from it in as well. Okay, 12 Angry Men, 1957. Go and watch it. I feel like it's the sort of movie that anyone can enjoy. It's so good, guys. The acting in it, the dialogue, the cinematography is like perfect in it. It's so good. But yes, Hagrid. God damn it, Hagrid is racist. That might be the thing. Is I was going to say it's because of what happened with Maxine. That doesn't make it acceptable. It doesn't, guys. You can't, like, say, well, they must all be like that now, then. You know? We give Hagrid a lot of leeway. Especially as a professor. You know? But we need to call it out where it is. And it's not good what he is saying to Harry. It's really not what he's going to say to Hermione. Imagine that conversation, guys. My goodness. And it's so interesting that Hagrid is saying it whilst he is currently suffering from the discrimination that he's facing as well. The fact that he's saying... That's why this entire book is so fascinating when it comes to discrimination, guys. It really is. Harry says how he... so Harry then says, oh, you seem to be getting on all right with Maxine to try and counter this racist... this racist point, I should say. Yeah, I've got down here that I presume that the reason why Hagrid is feeling like this is because of what happened with Maxine. Like, you know, refusing that she's a troll and not troll, giant. Sorry, and it's very possible that Hagrid thinks that she was the one who told Rita about the giant thing, possibly. But it's still not acceptable. And Hagrid, encountering what Harry says about Maxine, says that the thing is, it's very possible that Hagrid's right here, but he says that she's just trying to find out about the third task. I feel like there might be a chance that it may not be the case, but I think it probably is. I don't know. I want it to not be the case. Either way, guys, what a chapter. What an end to the chapter. So good, so good. I keep saying it over and over again, I'm sorry guys, but the change in Hagrid and Dumbledore really put over the seriousness of that scene. Amazing. So let's get on to chapter 29, which is a shorter chapter. Less notes, but we've still got plenty to get through. The Dream. Harry tells Ron and Hermione about the events of the night before and writes to Sirius about it. On their way to send it off, they run into the twins who are jokingly talking about blackmailing someone. On the way back, they run into Moody, who says he didn't find any sign of Crouch. Tells them to be on constant vigilance, and for Hermione and Ron to stick at Harry's side. Harry receives a letter back from Black. That's a ACD song, EC song, isn't it? No, I mean, to be fair, Max is Sirius, but I always say Black, so I just find it easier to differentiate between Sirius and Severus. Harry receives a letter back from Sirius, and the other two help him learn hexes and spells for the final task. Whilst in divination, Harry falls asleep and dreams of Voldemort and Wormtail discussing the plan and how Nagini, isn't it? Yeah, Nagini will feed on Harry. So weird that she's in the second Fantastic Beasts movie, and then not in the third. Anyway, moving on. He wakes up screaming and runs to tell Dumbledore. Before he goes in, he can hear Dumbledore, Moody, and the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, arguing about Voldemort returning and prejudice towards Madame Maxine being a giant. Moody interrupts them and tells them that Harry is waiting behind the door. Which I gotta say, guys, when that bit happened in the in the book, I was thinking, now that does sound familiar, but was it actually Moody, or was it actually even in this movie? It was in this movie. That scene isn't it, although it is different, though, which we will discuss. Thank you so much, Max, for your wonderful summaries, and I haven't opened my notes yet, and thank you so much, Jonas, for the wonderful side panels. They really helped me out, so thank you both. Okay, so like I say, guys, a much shorter chapter, but a lot still going in. Hermione says that that Crumb may have... Yeah, sorry. Okay, this is my other problem, is that sometimes I use C for Crumb, but it's K, isn't it, for Crumb? Oh, I'm an idiot. I think it is. Oh, I'm an idiot. But yeah, I use C for both Crumb and Crouch, which is genius. So Hermione says that that Crouch may have been attacked by someone else, and how you can't disapparate from Hogwarts. You can't disapparate at Hogwarts enough times. What does that mean? Oh yeah, sure. Okay. Sorry. So, she's speculating that someone else actually attacked Crouch. I think Ron's like saying that it could have been Crouch. He may have just separated out, and Hermione's like, how many times have I had to tell you you can't separate at Hogwarts? I feel bad now because I can't remember mentioning it before, but she probably has done in the books, unless it's meant to be in between scenes or anything, but I don't remember her mentioning that, but it makes complete sense though. It's never mentioned in the movie, is it though, which is weird. Unless it's mentioned in Half-Blood Prince, which would be the most important point for it to be mentioned. Yeah. Ron suggests that Crumb attacked Crouch. I don't know if he's doing this to mock Hermione in a weird way, but it literally makes no sense. Obviously, that Crumb would attack Crouch and then stun himself would be a very odd behaviour, unless he did stun himself, because we know he botched the Transfiguration spell. Thank you so much for the information about Transfiguration last time, guys, regarding it being different from Animagi. But yeah, I don't think it's the case. I guess it could be. Like maybe he tried to keep Crouch there by using the stun spell, but he fluffed it. I guess that is possible actually. But yeah, it makes no sense that he would do it to Crouch and then do it to himself, which is what Ron's suggesting. It could be that he's mocking Hermione, or he could be just trying to paint Crumb as a bad guy. Crumb is spelt with a... This is the problem with doing the audiobooks, guys. Crumb... Victor Crumb. Yep, it's spelt with a K. I am an absolute idiot. Right, so next time I will be able to differentiate between Crouch and Crumb, although it will never probably be as useful as it is in this chapter. So after this point, I'll just start writing Crumb, so it's fine. Harry recaps exactly what happened, saying how Voldemort's getting stronger again. There is like a quiet pause when that happens, because obviously they know what that means for Harry, and then Ron like plays it down and says, well, yeah, but Crouch is mad though, so it's probably not the case. So it's very cool of Ron to do that, but yeah, he's trying to like pass it off as something that Harry shouldn't be immediately worried about. Harry does complain to them about Snape, getting in the way and everything, and delaying, because I guess it's possible that if it's unlikely, because the conversation isn't that long. Like the conversation is probably 20 seconds tops, but they may have been able to get back where Crouch was still there, unless he's the internet, of course. So yeah, Harry does. Yeah, well, actually, I say that Harry brings up the fact that Snape wouldn't help on everything, and then Ron says that, well, like maybe he's in on it, and that maybe he got down to the location before Dumbledore and Harry, and they said, do you reckon it's possible? And Harry says, unless he can turn it into a bat, no, which is actually quite a cool idea. I kind of like the idea of Snape being able to turn into a bat. It would be a good transfiguration. A lot of chance of getting eaten, though. Not really. Not as much as Scabbers. Especially with Sirius around. Scabbers, you know what I mean. Wormtail, there we go. Fred and George could be heard because they're in the Owlery at this point. I should say that they've been up all night, not all night, but late into the night, discussing what happened, and now they're sending the owl off before breakfast, and so they're all pretty knackered. They've got puffy faces, I think it says. And they hear Fred and George approaching from outside the Owlery, and they are talking about blackmailing. One of them saying like that we should do it, and then the other one's like saying that that's a bad idea. So it's very interesting that there is a bit of conflict between them, because obviously they are their own people and everything, but they are also very similar. I presume it is Bagman that they're talking about. I presume it's something to do with well, it's obviously to do with the joke shop, but it could be saying like, I still go back to the fact that he took bets from them at the World Cup, and maybe it was that where? No, of course it wasn't. That was before. I don't remember where Ron got the leprechaun gold from. I really don't. That's something which is I've just drawn a blank now in my mind. That they ask what the three are doing, and obviously they won't say, and like Ron like asks what they're doing, and then says okay, they basically agree to not ask each other what's going on, although Ron then obviously does. They like gesture for the three to leave, but Ron like stands there and says, who are you gonna blackmail? Coming back to the money thing again straight away. Even though he was saying in the last chapter he doesn't blame Fred and George for doing what they're doing. Obviously this is an extra step, and they just play it off as if it was a joke. And I'm saying this one unfortunately, guys, because I haven't written down Fred or George this time, which I really should. I normally do, but I think it is George who like says, keep your nose out. Keep your nose out if you like it the shape it is. I can't see why you would, but which is great. That's actually a very good insult. Ron does think that they are blackmailing for money to start the joke shop. Hermione suggests telling Percy about it, and Ron's like, "Are you mad? He would probably do a crouch on them and turn them in." I really like the fact that is now being used as a term, guys. Do a crouch on them, which no, not on them. Sorry. He'll probably do a crouch and turn them in. If you say do a crouch on them, that's much worse, Veggie. You're gonna get kicked. Veggie? Oh my goodness. Okay, my brain's clearly melted. Already. It's usually in the book club that my brain melts. Veggie. There we go. Let's move on. Hermione asks if it's too early to go and see Moody about what happened for an update, obviously, and Harry's like, he would probably blast us through the door if we wake him up, because obviously we know how wild he is, and the bins and everything. He's not the best person to wake up, to startle, I guess is the best way of putting it. Harry says, let's wait until break. And I really like the fact he uses that term, guys. I don't know if that's really a term which is used elsewhere, but because obviously you have a break, but to wait until break, that feels like a very, very British term. That definitely gave me school memories. Yeah, the three were up all night talking about what happened, and because of that, even Hermione isn't taking notes in Bin's class. She's like hand on, chin on hand, which is, she's not going to look out of place doing that, you presume. But yeah, she's not even taking notes. You'd imagine that she knows the vast. No, the Hogwarts history isn't going to have everything in it. Yeah, there's still going to be place for. Actually, it's kind of. No, I'm an idiot. He's not a Hogwarts history teacher. He's a history teacher, Veggie. Ignore me, guys. I'm being really stupid. Of course, he talks about the Goblin rebellion and stuff, doesn't he? They do go and see Moody, who looks exhausted as well. He didn't find Crouch, unsurprisingly. He says that he summoned the map. He said that he took a book out of of Harry's book to summon the map to him, which is quite an image, actually. It's lucky it didn't rip, actually. Depends how fast it's going. It's interesting they didn't keep it on him all the time, but I guess that makes sense. I don't know. You'd think he would keep it on him all the time. No. Either way, he pulled a Harry. Hermione says that there are so in discussing what happened to Crouch, Hermione does say that there are different ways of disappearing rather than just disapparating, which is obviously what Ron was suggesting. And obviously, Crouch wasn't on the Marauders map either when Moody looked at it. Moody like says how Hermione would make a good aura because her brain thinks in the right way when it comes to investigating everything. To think that there are to not get tunnel vision of must have disapparated sort of thing, So yeah, which she is actually delighted. I think she actually says that she blushes with pride, which is actually really cool. I can't really see her, but actually no, of course I can. I'm being stupid. Of course I can see her being an aura, but this Hermione at this age, maybe not. But obviously, I'm sure that she's already evolved hugely in the books. Ron immediately says that someone may have pulled him onto a broom and flown off in like a kidnapping sort of way. Clearly looking for Moody to give him praise as well, because he's feeling a little bit left out that he's the only one who hasn't been said that how great he is. Moody does say to not go investigating, and like I said, Dumbledore's told me about what you're like and everything, and not to actually investigate this time. And it's very interesting because they do actually take heed of this time, which is like the first time possibly ever that they actually listen to grown-ups. And yeah, when talking about the different ways that it could have been done and everything, he very quickly changes subject, and obviously it says don't investigate it, obviously, and changes subject to the third task. Refers to the challenges to getting. So he says that you're going to need to be able to get past obstacles and everything in the maze, but Dumbledore tells me about how you're able to get to the Philosopher's Stone, which is such a throwback. I mean, yeah. Even to Harry, that must be a throwback, because that's obviously 3 years of his life there, but that is quite a throwback there. And again, Ron instantly says, yeah, but we helped out as well, though, which is actually completely fair. It absolutely is. Again, wanting that praise. We then get the constant vigilance again, guys, which is amazing. I think it's only the one time that it's in the movie, isn't it? Pretty certain it is. I'm pretty certain it is. In the Dark Arts lesson, of course. He tells Ron and Hermione to keep an eye on Harry. And yeah, it does feel like it's the first time that Ron, Harry, and Hermione are actually thinking of actually doing what they're told, because clearly what happened the previous night has actually freaked a lot of people out. Not least Dumbledore. Hermione's paper finally arrives. No news of Crouch, which I did actually want that update, actually. I'm glad that we did hear that. So what differentiates... Because the thing is, Rita knew that Harry would be at the second task. She wouldn't have known that Harry was going to be walking to near the woods with Crumb, and so it's got to be when she knows that something is going to be happening somewhere. I still think it's the quick quote squill, guys, but we shall see. We shall see. But it would need paper as well. Fly notepad as well. My brain is gone frozen. Yeah, so he refers to the Philosopher's Stone, which is an awesome throwback. Yeah, I was very interested to hear that there would be any mention of the Crouch incident, because that would have been huge news, obviously. Which obviously it's out behind closed doors, because Fudge is very rightfully there, considering how much it's escalating. Harry has messaged Black about the events. Black tells him to not go walking around at night. He's laying the law down as well, which is actually very interesting, because you would think that he would be one of the last people to really... I don't know, actually. Being a Godfather, maybe not. But yeah, he's laying down the law, saying, Harry, do not go walking around at night and everything. And what is actually really awesome... well, actually, not, he also recommends stunning and disarming spells for the task. And a few hexes to learn as well. And actually, not demands, but he says, I'm waiting for your response telling me that you will not go around at night, which is actually really cool. I don't think that Harry actually does write that back either. I'm not sure if he does. I'm pretty certain he doesn't, so I like that. And I didn't pick up on it. I didn't pick up on it until I'd written my note down, how Harry says, who's he to lecture me about being out of bounds? It took me so long, not so long, but it took me until writing the note to think, oh yeah, the Marauders. Black would have done this all the time, and so yeah, that I was a little bit slow on the uptake on that one, but that was really cool. So obviously, particularly Hermione, not really Ron. No, Ron is downplaying it, isn't it? Of course he is. Hermione is warning Harry about the dangers of how bad things are getting and everything, and Harry says how he hasn't been attacked all year, which is true. Unless you include... Well, obviously you don't include Draco. What am I talking about? That really doesn't count. Because he was being attacked when Moody saved the day, wasn't he? Hermione brings up the name going into the Goblet of Fire, of course. Hermione says Snuffles is right, which maybe each time they're saying Snuffles, I'm finding it amazing. But they're all sticking to it though. Good on them. I just hope that they're able to undo it after it's all over, Hermione says how it could be the third task that they're waiting for to get you, which has got a horrible, scary way of putting it. Harry says that if they just want to kill me and everything, they could have done so when I was with Crumb. And Hermione says, well, it wouldn't have looked like an accident then. And I would have called her up on that, saying, why would they want it to look like an accident? Surely the Death Eaters want everyone to know that they did that to Harry, right? With the old thingy body, the mark and so on, which I'd imagine yes, you could do at Hogwarts. I don't know, actually. Maybe you couldn't, but I'd imagine you can. In fact, I'm sure that they do in Deathly Hallows, but that's obviously where Hogwarts is a bit different, though, isn't it? With Snape in command. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think they'd want to make it look like an accident, but I guess that Hermione's just trying to rationalise it, though, isn't she? To make sure that Harry takes heed from all the people that are telling him to be careful. So it is now strict Hermione, telling him to listen to Hagrid, Moody, and Snuffles, which is, again, amazing. And does insist that Harry writes back to Black. I'm actually not sure if he does, though. I'm guessing he doesn't, to be honest. No, he certainly doesn't in this chapter. I don't think he does, anyway. Harry's actually practicing for the third task, which is excellent. It's the first time in this book where he's actually getting prepared for the task. He's practicing... Well, the thing is, it says he's practicing stun on Ron and Hermione. But then it turns out that it's just Ron, though. Because, like Ron says, why don't we try and find Mrs. Norris to do this on? Which is horrible. It wasn't stun, but it's had similar stuff added to it, hasn't it? I should say. They're using the cushions that Flitwick was using for the summoning and banishing lesson. So for Ron to fall into, and he keeps missing and everything, and Hermione's saying, why are you falling to the pillows? And Ron's like, once you're stunned, you can't aim that well, which is fair. Why don't you take a turn? He says to Hermione, and then Hermione says, well, Harry's learned enough of stunning now. It's just completely moves on, which is fantastic. That's That's so great to see that side of Hermione. That really is like, yeah, I don't want to be the target for that one. That's amazing. So yeah, she actually wasn't being actually wasn't being used up to that point. They're training Harry in hexes to slow down attackers, which sounds pretty useful, particularly in the maze as well, so you can just get away. I think that's the only hex that they mention. Yes, it is the only hex that they mention at that point, but I'd like to know the others though. Divination class, obviously Harry and Ron, this is. It's a divination class. It's a lesson about Mars, because it's a particular location with Neptune. We've heard that before, haven't we? That's definitely something that has been mentioned in this book. I'm pretty sure that, like, you know, I think it may have been what Ron and Harry were jokingly coming up with. They may have said that Mars and Neptune's positioning, maybe. It did make me think of Mars ice creams, though. Can you still get them? So, you know Mars bars, guys. I think they're sold in other countries, but they're very popular over here. You can get an ice cream version in the UK, where the fondant, what do you call it? The nougat, whatever it is replaced by ice cream. Obviously, not vegan at all, but that's why I don't know. Because they were very nice. Snickers ice cream as well. I remember there was a Mr. T ice lolly. And whenever I tell that to people, they look at me like I'm completely mad. But it was a cola-flavoured Mr. T lolly, and it was in the shape of Mr. T. It sounds like I'm lying, guys. But if you type it into Google or something, you'll come with one... I think it's like one reference on one website saying, does anyone remember that? I absolutely remember them. Anyway, let's move on from that. Stupid. So random. So random. Nice though. And zooms as well. It was like a vanilla ice lolly. It's very nice though. Moving on. Harry falls asleep because obviously they're all completely naked, and also it's divinations. Although I don't think divinations is particularly a boring class, but it's a lot of that, and it's a lot of rabbit, you know. And so yeah, he falls asleep. He dreams of flying on an eagle owl, approaching an ivory-covered house. And I was thinking, oh, hang on, wait, what? Okay, because obviously we know what that house that is. Ivy, not ivory. And like floats into the corridor, into a dark room where there is this chair and a snake on the ground and a short balding man sobbing, who is then identified as Wormtail. I was a little bit confused by that for a second there, but it is actually Wormtail. Voldemort, who obviously is there as well, says to Wormtail that your blunder has not ruined everything. He is dead, which is interesting. I could speculate what that means, but that would be me referring to the movie, though. So I'm not going to, but I think I know what it means. Which means that he may have even been there. Gordon Bennett. Is Crouch actually there? Oh, I don't know. But anyway, let's move on. I don't know, because I need to see where this book is taking me first. So Voldemort like says that to Nagini, like saying, I'm afraid that you won't be able to eat Wormtail and everything. So he's actually going to feed Wormtail to Nagini, which is terrifying. And apologizes to Nagani, isn't it? But there's still Harry Potter, which I was thinking, what, to eat? Now, I got a little bit confused, because I was thinking, well, hang on. Voldemort needs to kill Harry, but that's fine, because Nagini is a Horcrux. So that, sorry, I don't know why I got this size. It's one of those, like, you know, hook things. In fact, I've got a wand here. There we go, wonderful. But it took me like a while to think, well, hang on, Nagani isn't necessarily going to kill Harry. Voldemort has to kill Harry, and then Nagani can do whatever he wants with the body, presumably. It's a very dark subject. It's a very dark scene. I've got to admit, it is a scary scene. Because then it ends with Voldemort using Crucio on Wormtail as a reminder to not blunder again, which is freaking brutal, guys. Yeah, very, very scary scene. And what a time to have it as well. It's so interesting. It's interesting as well to have a teaser of Voldemort at this point, because in the movie it definitely felt like it had. I think that most of us would have assumed that the person that is in the chair that David Tennant is talking to was Voldemort, because Wormtail's there. But after that, there's no real suggestion that there is suggestion that Voldemort's getting more powerful, but there's no actual appearance of him up until right at the end. And I feel like that was a very, because during during the last task, at no point did I think, is when Voldemort's going to make his move. Not for a second. But we've already had Hermione suggest that might be the case. And then we get this as well. So it's kind of, it's not holding its cards to its chest in the book, which, you know, is realistic. It's very possible that Hermione would predict something that was going to happen. But in the movie, it definitely allows you to forget and enjoy the task. And then, oh God, okay, everything is gone very bad suddenly. So I like both ways. I'm glad that both ways have been portrayed, in fact. I think that's actually really cool. But yeah, it definitely felt more out of nowhere in the movie, which is a good thing in this case, because it's sort of like a sudden chill down his spine, thinking, oh no, everything's bad, you know? Yeah, I think they're both great. I feel like they both did it very, very well. Holding off on trolling Voldemort and showing Voldemort again here. Drawny looks very excited in Harry's distress. I should say that Harry is now awake and like is rolling on the floor, I think, like Ron's trying to calm him and everything. She asks what Harry saw, and Harry replies nothing, which is smart of Harry, quite frankly. Especially, you don't want to be telling Drawny this stuff. You really don't. And also, she's not asking out of concern. She's asking out of excitement, because something may have actually happened where she can say, yeah, this is real. I can keep my job, you know? God. Just realised that we're going to be getting her fired in the next book, aren't we? I think. Maybe. Well, it's in the movie anyway. That's a sad scene, you know that, guys. And it's so interesting that it's McGonagall that comforts her. Of course, there's a Kevin Bacon thing. Of course it is, Veggie. McGonagall and Phoebe Bobby are okay. Ignore me, guys. I've just had a flashback to the conversation that I was saying. What I was saying about much ado about nothing. Okay, my brain is getting very confused. But we're actually approaching the end of the notes, guys, and so let's push on. Harry says that he needs to go to the hospital wing, and Trelawney says, "My dear, you are undoubtedly stimulated by the extraordinary clairvoyant vibrations of my room." Kind of putting herself over. It's like saying, yes, I was the reason why he had this nightmare. It's like, oh my goodness. She's a great character, guys. She is. I would probably despise her in real. I don't know. I think I'd feel sorry for her in real life, to be honest. But, you know, turns out that she does know her onions, to put it one way. But it does feel like she's kind of saying that she kind of had a hand in doing it. And as Harry leaves, it says how Trelawney has the face of someone who's just been denied a real treat, which you can just imagine the excitement of, oh, okay, there's something I can latch onto now, you know. That's sort of, I mean, that's how I interpret it anyway. Harry actually goes to Dumbledore, which is very, very smart. Again, no way of contacting him in an emergency, which is, I don't know, guys, I don't know. Considering Dumbledore says, "Come to me if you have another vision," but doesn't have any way for Harry to actually contact him. You know, he should have given him the password at that point. There you go. That would have solved it. So he tries sherbet lemon, the password, of course, not the sweet. and it doesn't work. And so he then starts listing off other sweets. He says pear drops, licorice wands. I got down here. He should have said whisper golds, because they were, when I was able to have dairy, my absolute favourite, guys. Whisper golds. So whispers are a chocolate bar, obviously, and it's kind of, is it bubbly chocolate? Is it a bit like an Aero? Is it? It's very smooth chocolate, which I feel like is like slightly bubbly inside, and so it melts very quickly on the tongue. Encased in chocolate, so it's chocolate in chocolate. But after a while of Whisper being out, they brought out Whisper Gold, which is exactly the same thing, but with a layer of caramel in it. I'm doing a spell right now. They need to make a vegan Whisper Gold. In fact, I need to get on to Cadbury's after this video. I say Cadbury's, not Cadbury. I don't like it when people say Cadbury or Sainsbury. Or Marks and Spencer. It's Marks and Spencer's. Sorry, guys. I'm waffling. I'm waffling on. But yes, he should say Whisper Gold. So he lists off even more sweets, including every flavoured beans. And when he says that, he says, oh no, he doesn't like them, does he? Which I really like that. That's such a great callback, and also such an innocent thing for Harry to think, oh no, he wouldn't use that password because he doesn't like them. Doesn't mean he wouldn't use it as password. Yeah, not everything that is someone's password is something that they like. Although there probably is a ratio there, isn't there? Interestingly. No way to contact the headmaster in emergency. Yeah, it's bizarre to me, guys. And also the fact that, considering Dumbledore said, come to me with anything important, but hasn't given them a way to do that. Or maybe he's just wanting Harry to use his intuition with the passwords. But if something really bad happens, and he's having to list off blooming chocolate mice, or sugar mice. Oh, chocolate mice. I feel like there was a vegan chocolate mouse that came out. So it's basically like a sugar mice were like very, very sugar. I don't know if you can get them anymore, but they're in the shape of a mouse, and they'd have like a piece of string for a tail. Very, very nice. You'd have to go to like Thornton's or like a proper chocolate place for them. These sort of places do have a lot of vegan chocolates though, Thornton's and stuff like that, but my god, they are expensive. Because, nice chocolates often cost a lot of money. You add the vegan price tag onto that, you're paying like 30 quid for like 10 chocolates. In some cases, literally. It's like, it's fun. And that's why I haven't tried a lot of vegan chocolates. Oh, I had it. I was just thinking that I bought you can get a vegan Cadbury's almond bar, which is vegan. Vegan. But I've already eaten it. Oh well. I've been having a few bourbons recently. Why am I? Just get on with your messages. Turns out that's Harry overhears Fudge through the door as he approaches it. It took me until recording this to come up with the idea of if the password was Fudge, because Fudge is a sweet as well, confectionery, whatever you want to call it. And he says Fudge and said, oh, it worked, and I run up, and then Fudge is there. He would have thought, so does that password only ever work when Fudge is here? Or maybe that would just be me. Maybe that's just the way that my brain works. But yes, that would have been actually quite funny. We're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. I've got down here, is this the first time we've seen Fudge in this book? But of course it isn't. He was at the Quidditch World Cup. They're talking about Bertha Jorkins, very interestingly. Crouch is essentially just denying everything. No, sorry. Fudge is essentially just denying everything that Crouch is saying. It's very interesting to hear Crouch talking about It's very interesting to hear Fudge talking about Crouch. Because obviously it's their relationship and everything with like becoming Prime Minister. The Minister, sorry. Minister of Magic. The fact it's called Minister of Magic. Should we get into this again? Because surely there are things that he covers which aren't magic related. Now, Quidditch, sure, I guess you could say is magic related. But surely he has things like surely there has to be things that the Minister of Magic has to cover that are not related to magic, right? I can't think of anything right now, but there would just have to be, because it's such an important role. It's odd that it's called magic, but, you know, I bring up that each and every time, guys. But, yeah, that's his job title is interesting to me. So Fudge actually brings up the location of where where Crouch was found, and how it's close to the Beaubarton carriage, and says, "You know what that woman is?" Jeez, Louise, unbelievable, unbelievable, guys. And that's very interesting because it's obviously not out in the media in France. Reed is obviously not reporting on Maxime being a giant and being allowed to be in at Hogwarts. But Fudge presumably knows what she is. I still don't know if she is half giant, guys. I presume she is. But she may just be Big Bone. But yeah, Fudge of all people saying that is not good. It's not good having a leader who has discrimination, I think, in the slightest. I feel like that is a very dangerous thing. Yeah, it's so bizarre that he links Maxime's giantness to Crouch's disappearance. It's completely and utterly bizarre. There's so much discrimination topics brought up in this book, and I love it, guys. It's the main subject of this book. It really is, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I really am. It's such a good book. So yeah, when Crouch says, "You know what that woman is," and Dumbledore says, "Yeah, all I know is that she's a great headmaster and an excellent dancer," which is great. We do see a little bit of a dancer dancing in the movie. Oh, of course, when Hagrid goes for the goes for broke. Goes to the start of Much Ado About Nothing. There we go. And my final note for this video, I feel like we've done this in good time, which gives us plenty of time for the book review. Oh yeah, this is it. So whilst they're having this conversation, I should actually say that in the movie, Fudge is being very, very blatant of my reputation, and I can't be looked to see a coward and everything. It's a lot more on the nose. In the book, it's being... In the book, you don't fully understand why Fudge is kind of like blowing it off, like saying, "Oh, it's not you," just not accepting what happened or what was said there. Whereas in the movie, it is very blatantly, "I have my reputation to uphold." My reputation is very important to me. That is a line from a movie which I watched very recently, in a reaction that I've posted on the channel very recently, which gave my spine shivers. Ironically. It did. Yeah, my reputation means a lot to me. That was the moment I was like, "Oh no!" Oh, I hate him! I hate him! I hate him! I hate him! Anyway, go watch my movie reactions, guys. My recent movie reactions. Because, yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but there's a character in a movie who says that, and it made me wince. In all the right ways. Wince in the Right Way. By Veggie Gamer. That's going to be my book. What are you talking about? Right, then. Moody says, "Let's wrap this up, Fudge." And Fudge is like, "Oh yes, are we going to go to the grounds then?" And Moody says, "No, not that. Potter's wants a word of you, Dumbledore. He's just outside the door." Whereas in the movie, he actually magics the door open as well, just as Harry's about to go for the handle. Not to knock, interestingly. I think. He's just going to walk straight into the meeting. Crazy. Guys, that is my notes. What a great pair of chapters, sorry. Now let's go and read your comments over in La Book Review, which, if you don't know, if you don't speak French, is the book review in French. Here it is. It's the book club, guys. It's the funnest part of doing these. Oh, you know what? I should actually tweet out about it, actually, because some people really leave it last minute to get their comments in. So I will so anyone who's following me on Twitter will know that time is running out. In fact, hi, I am typing this as I record. Just started the book club section. You still have time to add your thoughts, but make it snappy. Make it snappy, is that a term which means anything to anyone outside the UK? Let's hope so. Smiley face, I think. I think I'll go with a smiley face. Hang on. Okay, this is quality. This is why my videos are 6 hours long. And wand. You still exit. Right, so, yes, guys. So, book club. So this is where you get to add your thoughts and opinions and questions to these videos, guys. Funnest part of doing these, it really, really is. I have made sure that I've checked my DMs this time, and there is another DM which we will cover first, so I don't forget it. But yes, the usual blurb is you follow. It's very, very loose rules around here, guys. One thing which I do usually say is do try to make your comments relatively short, as short as so I want you to get all your thoughts down, but try and make it short as well, if that makes any sense. And so it looks like we're starting off with Jake after we do Emran. But yes, guys, this is what you can check out on the Patreon. Pay as little as you want and get your comment read out. But so before getting with Jake, we got a comment from Emran. Book club. Oh yes, if you DM me, you had to start it with book club, so then I know not to open it until I'm recording. So you wonder if students get deducted as little as 5 points. That was the first book initially the standard. So it was standard was 5 points. Yes, this is something that we discussed last time. If it's always 10 points or 5 points, or has anyone ever been deducted or given 1 point? I don't know. But we'll continue on. Just like the movie, McGonagall, R.I.P., deducts and adds 5 points for the troll, but also other teachers do so. It's Snape and Madame Hooch who deduct more. 50 and above was only given by Dumbledore, and we all remember when that was. Other books, it gets higher. I wonder if it gives Cedric any in memoriam points. Probably not. He's not Gryffindor. Well, you know, for all I know, Cedric is in all the books, guys. We will continue on. In other books, it gets higher. To reduce size of my future book club comments, I from now on will use DM if I want to make a short reply on a question by you made during previous book reviews. Oh, thank you very much, everyone. That sounds good to me. Thank you so much. Yes, so DMing is an option, guys, and I will make sure I do check them from now on, because I felt terrible about missing out Carl's comment. Right, so we are recording, aren't we? Yes, right. Jake, more sirens. Unbelievable. I have no idea if you can even hear it. Let's carry on. You can probably hear Oblivion music, quite frankly. Chapter 28. Skeeter and the size of Hermione's egg. Egg really blasts my my screen. I should say Shamai. Sorry, Shamai. Jake. Skeeter and the size of Hermione's egg really blasts my scroots. Did we not hear Mrs. Weasley insulting that wretched Skeeter woman? That's actually a fair point. And earlier on in this book, and yet now it seems she reads her article and believing her spew, not spew. What a hypocrite. It's honestly heartbreaking. Yeah, you know what? I think it's very real. I feel like a lot of people like watch stuff and comment on stuff that they really don't like. And I don't just mean on YouTube, guys. My goodness, the amount of there are so many. I don't tend to watch them. There tend to be so many YouTubers whose entire channel is dedicated to them watching stuff which they can't stand. it's I couldn't do it. I would find it too stressful to be honest. But yeah, but I was actually thinking about Molly whilst walking Woozle this morning actually. So yeah, what was it that I was thinking? That's right, because Ron very interestingly says that the only reason why Molly reads Witch Weekly is because she likes getting the recipes from it. Now, I reckon that is what Molly tells people and herself, but actually reads the rest of it as well. Because maybe reading Witch Weekly and reading the articles and agreeing with the articles kind of is like a kind of frowned upon embarrassment, you know? So I reckon that it's possible that Molly says that she gets it for the recipes, but actually she gets it for the gossip as well. That's what I reckon it is, guys. I mean, the thing is, the great Molly is fascinating, guys. I mean, think about her like approach to Gilderoy Lockhart. Yeah, I think that she's such a fascinating character. I think there is hypocrisy there, but I feel like it's very real hypocrisy, because I think that a lot of people are drawn to stuff which otherwise annoys them, if that makes any sense. This chapter also highlights the issue with owl posts, especially at Hogwarts. People can directly send Hermione a minor abuse. A minor abuse. Not a minor abuse. Shut up. Right, threats and even pus just by addressing her name on an owl to a school. Without any safeguarding, I reckon she could probably sue Rita at this point. She's forced to hear howlers in front of all the other students. That can't be good for her self-esteem or mental health. Skeeter is knowingly getting revenge on her insults in Hogsmeade, which shows just how petty and immoral journalist she is. However, the Witch Weekly readers who felt the need to send hate mail to a 14-15-year-old are even more disgusting. Yes. I just wanted to process it in my head. Yes, you are right. Especially because it's like about some stupid romance thing, which obviously doesn't exist. Sorry, this comment wasn't very light-hearted. It's your comment on the chapters. What do you think of Crouch's big secret is? What Winky mentioned? Oh yeah. Well, I presume that there's a number, but what the big one is? Oh, gold. I mean, I could. Would he? Oh my goodness. I guess I gotta say it now because I've hinted at it so much. Is it possible that he actually got his son released secretly, or broke him out of prison? Because they were allowed to visit the body, weren't they? Yeah. Oh, gold. Oh, gold. I mean, I guess it could be possible that they used polyjuice and the mother was... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I reckon that might be it. I hadn't actually thought about it until now, but that's what comes into my mind straight away. Autumn trivia to end on a bright note. Whereas in English heavy rain, it's cats and dogs. In Welsh, it's old ladies and sticks. Oh, wow. In Norwegian, it's she-trolls. Oh, my goodness. Not in the dungeon. And in Argentinian Spanish, pointing down, turds are falling. You know what? I can see that. I mean, we call it pissing down over here as well. So the last one is the most understandable one for me, at least. But yes, that's very interesting, Jake. Thank you so much. And don't worry about your comment to your comment. You know, when we get to the more serious, darker chapters in the future, I'm not expecting you to be telling jokes or anything. You give your honest thoughts on the chapters. That's the point. Thank you very much. Josh, I get horror movie vibes from these chapters. I agree. And it's a shame the movie waters down so much of them, but that pretty much sums up the whole of Goblet of Fire. Yeah, the movie scene is literally Harry arriving at Dumbledore's office. That's the only thing that happens in the movie that we covered in these chapters this time. I'm pretty sure, unless it's further into the movie, because like Goblet of Fire, like you say, it's all over the place. I don't think I will ever stop hating it for how much it butchers the books, mystery and drama. Yeah, I can understand it, Josh. I mean, I don't hate it, but then I'm doing it in this order, and yeah, I do understand it, Josh. Yeah, the further we go, the more I understand it, quite frankly. Thank you so much for your comments, Andrew. I just want to make sure that we are at the top, yes. Hi Veggie. Hi Veggie. Hope you're well. I love the crouch scene. It's terrifying and creates so many questions. It's a shame this plot thread wasn't in the movie. I agree, it is, and you're right. It is scary, and I feel like the scariest part of it is the way that Dumbledore's acting. Quite frankly, Hagrid acting differently, sure, but Dumbledore acting differently really makes it feel like it's the worst thing that's happened in these books so far, you know? What are Snape and Mrs. Weasley playing at in these chapters? Harry is clearly panicked and there's an emergency and Snape is being a little baby. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't, Andrew, and I appreciate that you feel the same, but you know, we might get an explanation in the book club. Always up for other opinions, guys. Also, Mrs. Weasley knows how awful Rita is from when Arthur was involved in the paper, so why would she judge Hermione and treat her poorly over teen romance drama? Feels inconsistent. Is it possible that... No, Ginny's at Hogwarts. I was going to say, could Ginny have had something to do with it? But no, of course not. I mean, the thing is, it's actually, these are you putting these together is very interesting, Andrew, because the fact is, like I was saying with Snape, even if you hate Harry Potter, he's clearly telling you that something very bad is happening, so we need to action that, and I couldn't understand that process. Whereas with Mrs. Weasley, she may hate Rita Skeeter, but she's being told a story which she's still willing to accept. So there is correlation there in the weirdest way. What obstacles do you think will be in the maze? Well, apparently we're getting creatures. Is it just going to be one massive blast-ended Scroot? I mean, it feels like we're building up to something with the blast-ended Scroot, so I'm going to guess that. Nifflers wouldn't really make sense. Unicorns now. Maybe Bowtruckles. But when it comes to other obstacles, I don't know. Probably like a reverse mirror thing. Oh no, that'd be like the mirror desire. What it's called? Yeah, I'm really not sure. P.S. I've collated every Harry is. Oh, what? You have not. I've collated everything Harry has eaten for breakfast in this book. I might have missed something. Fantastic, Andrew, because it is a recurring thing in these book reviews, guys, that Harry always seems to have something different for breakfast. He never has, you know, it never says he has toast again. It's always something different. So by the last book, it's going to have to be something like unicorn or plus in the scripts. Grapefruit quarter, birthday cake, porridge twice. Interesting. Scrambled egg twice. Very interesting. Toast a few times. Toast is like an accessory to breakfast. Bacon and kippers. Well, there you go. Thank you, Andrew. That is greatly appreciated. PPS, how did you enjoy Bash at the Beach? I thought it was great. I'm just trying to remember it now. My goodness. This is quite a while ago, wasn't it? It was a great show, though. Oh, my God. There was one match which was excellent, wasn't there? Like that stood out from the rest. I just can't remember what it was. I enjoyed the Punk and Drew match. I feel like the Hell in Cell will be better. I'm just not a big fan of heavily gimmicked matches. And I don't think I've ever seen a strap match which I thought was actually great, you know? Same as Last Man Standing. I find them very difficult to because it's people getting up on 9 over and over and over again, you know? I should say Last Man Standing matches are when you lay out your opponent, and if they don't stand up by the 10 count, then you win. they're always so long as well. But it was a really good show, and it was great. It was great to have it on like during the day as well. You know, my time, because it's a European time, and so that's always greatly appreciated. But it was an awesome show. But my brain is just rattling to remember the specifics of it. Anyway, thank you so much for the comment, Andrew. And yes, I will be doing my Bad Blood predictions this week. Thinking about it, because it's next weekend, isn't it? Alias, and here is the second Hermione act that was let out of the movie. Her grudge against Rita Skeeter, who completely disappeared from the movie after the first task. Yeah, I guess she did. So she's not even there when Cedric died, is she? Blimmin' heck. Well, I guess because she's been banned, hasn't she? So we never got to see the fallout of her article on Hermione and Harry. How do you think this will end? Well, I think that Hermione's going to get revenge. I hope it wasn't just like an empty threat. I do hope that Hermione is actually going to do something, but what it's going to be, I have no idea. Because I presume that Rita carries on being a journalist. She's not going to get killed or anything like that, you know, I doubt. But I feel like Hermione's going to expose her in some way. And that's what I'm hoping it's going to be. Mr. Crouch's character is so more interesting in the book. In the movie, he just apparently randomly dies. But here we can see a lot has been going on. And that we don't know about. And the conversation between Harry and Crumb is so good. We learned so much about his character in that moment. It's true, yeah. I love the little exchange that they have at the end of the argument, I guess you could say. Well, it never was an argument, discussion. But yeah, I thought it was great. It's nice to see how concerned Sirius is with Harry's safety, and how Sirius, no pun intended, excellent, he takes the role as Harry's guardian. Yeah, not Godfather. I'm talking about guardian. Yeah, it was cool. It was actually surprising as well, because I always felt like Sirius would probably tend to be the one who kind of stretches roles. You know, like that one uncle who's like different from the rest. You know, sort of thing. You know, that's what I feel it would be like. The Niffler lesson proves that Hagrid can be a really competent teacher when he wants to, and not just follow what other teachers were doing. Well, that's fair. I mean, what he was doing before was not great, in my opinion, because the students were dreading it. They're dreading his lesson, which is never great. I feel like Plank was really good, and I feel like Hagrid can do it, but I do feel like he's been nudged to do it, to make the lessons more fun, you know, because it's such a change. It's such a change in Hagrid, but either way, it's for the good, obviously. It's nice to see how concerned Sirius is with Harry's safety, and how what with the champions knowing about the maze a month in advance, couldn't they just come take a good look at it from the stands and make a map of it before the third task? That's one of those things where in sci-fi and fantasy you can just write you can write it away in one line, and my line is that it's always moving, and they assume or are told that it's going to be completely different on the day because it's magic. Yeah, you can write away anything with science or magic, you know. That's how writing works. And so that's my headcanon. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated, as always. Digo, boom. Cornelius with Madame Maxine, Sirius and Hagrid with Crumb, and even Molly with Hermione. I think it is really sad, but also telling how easily a combination of stresses and Rita's articles have brought forth reinforced prejudices and mistrust in all of these chapters. Yeah, is it all Rita related? Serious? Hagrid Crumb, yeah. Well, no, Hagrid's... Do you reckon that I don't think that the stuff about Crumb was... Oh, I guess it was because of the article. Of course. Yeah, and Molly, yeah. Yeah, it's so true. Serious, though. I mean, maybe that's going back a bit, but, yeah, thinking about it, she is actually a very commanding force in this book. I've never actually thought about it to that extent, but when you put it like that, do you go, absolutely. Also, Harry Potter is brave and noble, and Harry Potter is not nosy. I love you, Dobby, but I can't agree. I can't agree with you here. He's very nosy. That's actually very true. Yeah, that's actually absolutely spot on. But you know, Dobby will always say the best things about Harry, though. That's a great point. Great comment. Great comment. Benjamin, hi Veggie. I have nothing new to say this time, so let me just say this. I love you. Keep up the work. Thank you, Benjamin. I love you too. That's very, very kind of you. Yeah, I did notice actually, guys, that there are slightly less comments in these chapters than previous ones, but maybe it's because I don't know. Because I feel that chapter 28 is a doozy, guys. That ending was intense, but you know, you comment on whatever you want, though, guys. I'll always appreciate it. And if my comment is now responsible for making a video longer than 6 hours, I'm not sorry for that. The more the better. There can be no time limit for having that. Thank you, Benjamin. The only reason why I try to avoid 6 hours, and I did have this discussion with one of you guys, in fact. I think it was me here. I think it was me here. Shout out me here. That... Because me here has a channel as well, and they'd never heard of going over 6 hours causing any problems with YouTube. But the only time I've ever had comments saying, "Hey Veggie, I can't watch this video on my device" or something, it just like comes up with like an error message or something, was in the first few hours of a book review episode, and that episode is the only one and the only video which I've ever made that is over 6 hours. So I just feel like it could very possibly be a coincidence, but I feel like there is a correlation there, and to risk a video that is that long and takes that long to make, I mean, obviously it takes a lot longer than 6 hours to make these videos, guys. I had to do the research and breaks and editing, all that sort of stuff. And movies watching as well, which literally took 2 minutes this time. That is just better for me to just assume that there was a reason, that is the reason, and just avoid doing it again. And so it's not like, I mean, I think like a video over 6 hours is kind of taking the pee a little bit, but anyway, but that's the reason why I try to avoid it. And so I hope that makes sense. At the end of the day, we can always break it into 2. But I also want to try and avoid doing that as well. Anyway, Benjamin, thank you so much. I love you too. Harry Potter. Hi, Veggie. We've arrived at one of my favourite lines in the entire series. Hermione looked sadly at her tiny egg. That is amazing. Dumbledore said calmly. That is actually brilliant. Hermione looked sadly at her tiny egg. I do feel really bad for her, guys. I mean, presumably her parents would have sent them normal Easter eggs. Actually, that's a good question. If your child is a wizard and you're muggles, do you continue buying them normal Easter eggs? Or, you know, normal presents. Let's put it like that. Let's make it wider. Normal presents, or do you go out of your way to get wizarding ones? I feel like with Hermione, definitely, especially with books, obviously. But I feel like there's going to be some parents who would be... I feel like for some reason, I always feel like Dean's parents are probably of the standpoint of, it's great that you're a wizard, we kind of want you to be proud of your Muggle heritage as well. Muggle heritage. We need to make a 6-hour video just about Muggle heritage, guys. That's a fascinating way of putting it. I pat myself on the back quite calmly. Yeah, because he has like the normal posters which don't move, and the wizard's like, when's it gonna move? So, you know, so yeah, do you? Because you don't want them to completely. Cause it would be terrifying for as a parent. Not that I'm a parent, guys, but I know that some of you guys are. If you found out that your child has access to a world that you have very limited access to, sure, I presume that you can go to. Can you go to Diagon Alley without a wizard? Because you can't powder it, can you? Can you? No, of course you wouldn't be able to. So can a muggle parent, during term time, go and buy their wizard child a present from Diagon Alley and send it to Hogwarts? How would they send it to Hogwarts, Veggie? Because they would then need access to. Oh no! If they can get to Diagon Alley, they can send it via the post. I presume there is a post office in Diagon Alley. There must be. Did we get to go to Diagon Alley in this? We did we? Did we? No, we didn't. Of course we didn't. No, we got a one from Hogsmeade. What? This? What am I talking about? I'm talking about Hogwarts Legacy. Sorry, guys. I'm getting very confused right now. That's very interesting. But anyway, back to what I was saying. If your child had access to this magical world that you have very, very limited access to, you're going to be terrified that you're going to lose them. As in, they're going to just, like, forget about you, essentially, you know? Remember me. Don't. Sorry. watch my movie reactions, guys. Actually, I can tell you which one that one is. That was Coco. But that song has meaning. Anyway, I'm not even sure. Oh yeah, because we were just talking. That's just you. What, Harry Potter? You bring up your favourite line from the entire, one of your favourite lines from the entire series, has just sparked a fascinating debate in my head. They have to be able to access Diagon Alley. There's probably like a muggle entrance or something, because you have to tap with your wand or something, don't you, or something. I can't even remember. Disgraceful. It's so sad, and I feel so bad for Hermione, but the matter-of-fact way it's written makes it hilarious at the same time. Oh, yeah. Isolated it is amazing. I used the hedges in the maze. I assume the hedges in the maze can move around, and that someone arranges them on the day of the task to avoid someone studying the map or the layout in advance. Yeah, that's my headcanon as well. What are your thoughts on Percy? I think you know what my thoughts on Percy are. He doesn't seem that interested in entertaining the idea that there might be something more going on with Crouch than just regular illness. Yeah, it's Percy being Percy from what I gather. He has received a letter from who he believes is Crouch, telling him what to do, and he is doing his job, and these little kids who don't know any better, who have no ambition, who are not trying to get to the top or anything, just lounging around, messing around, and trying to solve mysteries and everything, rather than doing their studies and behaving and becoming a prefect, are telling him that there might be something more to it. Who's he going to believe, the letter or them? That's the way I see it, even with family members. In fact, possibly even particularly with family members. Fortunately, but I love him. you asked the question, Harry. I think he's great. So, thank you so much for your comment. Sandra, hi Veggie. Lots about Hermione this time. I wonder how bugging would work around wizards nowadays, with so many muggles having mobile phones and computers. That's the thing. I do feel like muggles are going to be like, that whole internet thing, should we have a go at getting that as well? Wizard net, it would be called, it, not Skynet. Yeah, it'd be called Wizard net. Yeah, you'd imagine there'd have to be a lot more safeguarding, and stuff. But I feel like mobiles would be okay. You just like lose signal and all that sort of stuff. But or it'll freeze up and everything because there's so much magic in the air. If you go near Hogwarts and places like that, I should say. But yeah, I do feel like the wizards would be interested in it, unless it turns out that the internet is actually magic and no one actually knows how, and no Muggles actually knows exactly how it works. Maybe that could be it. I really don't like Molly here, even if she has an opinion on Rita's article. Molly knows that Hermione is a 14-year-old child. Not nice. True. I mean, if it turned out that she was the one who sent the Bubo pus or whatever it was, got an undilated Bubo pus, that would be very messed up. That would make me very, very sad. But yeah, the egg thing does seem out of character for Molly, but that's because we are learning about her character in small chunks. So yeah, it's very interesting. Chandra, great comment. Christina, hi Veggie, chapter 8, 2028. Would you like to have a pet Niffler? I would. The thing is that we know that even Newt couldn't train Niffler. Well, actually, to be fair, it's only Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them where Niffler is a tearaway, isn't it? He actually becomes very, very useful by Crimes of Grindelwald and the other one, Dumbledore or something. Secrets of Dumbledore or something. By the third one, he's actually very useful, in fact. But so yeah, I guess you can get there, but it would take a lot of time though. As long as they're okay with dogs. I mean, they can be menaces when they try to steal everything shiny, but at the same time, they are so cute. Absolutely, they are adorable and useful as well. And we saw that if you have patience with them, like Newt, there we go, exactly, then you can have them as pets. Yeah, exactly, Christina. Obviously, Niffler does cause a lot of trouble in the first one, but yes, absolutely. Chapter 28. I don't think it's very secure when Dumbledore uses sweets as passwords to his office. Harry guesses the correct answer on his 9th try. That's actually super true. I know there are portraits of previous headmasters, but if... Sorry, guys. That is not a reflection on your comment. But if you wear the invisibility cloak, then no one would know who was inside. Yeah, it's obviously he just absolutely mega trusts Harry. It was McGonagall who used the password in Harry's presence, wasn't it? That's how Harry learnt it, I believe. I'm sure that's one. But yeah, it's not great. But also, he just needs a way to be contacted. Seriously, it's crazy. Like an official way, in an emergency. Thank you so much for your comment, Christina. Joe, hello, Veggie. The previous video was awesome. We are getting all the great chapters now. Thank you so much, Joe. And yes, I love these chapters so much. Chapter 28. This scene with Crouch is fantastic. It chilled my blood when I first read it, and it's chills to today. Well, there you go, Joe. That's actually great, because I was speculating about the whole thing of the chapter having a spoilery title. Because I've seen the movie, I did assume that there was something bad going on with Crouch. But you reading it for the first time, you say here that even now it still chills you. So clearly the title didn't have the effect I worried about on you, which is great. Mr. Crouch being so trim and proper, and to see him like this, it's shocking. That's actually so true, the comparisons. I never even thought about that. It makes this mystery even deeper. Snape really crosses the line here, where he is unreasonable. Hatred of Harry is becoming harmful. How could he respond? The headmaster is busy to these revelations. I know. I guess there's a chance that he thinks that Harry is lying. But sometimes you got to listen to the kid crying wolf, you know? Yeah, I feel like that might be what he's thinking, you know? Hermione has a wrong approach to Winky. She should approach Winky by validating her devastation, even if she doesn't understand it and it makes no logical sense. I completely agree with that, Joe. That's an excellent point. She is basically like saying, no, it's a good thing that you're like this to someone who is broken. Yeah, I completely agree. I still like Spooner. I am 100% judging Mrs. Weasley for sending Hermione the tiniest tiny egg. Oh, I don't know why I'm finding that sentence so funny. This is even worse than sending her nothing. Yeah, I feel like you kind... I think I do disagree, but I definitely see what you're saying now. Because I guess there's a chance that Hermione could just think, oh, she just forgot. Whereas the tiny egg is, I didn't forget, and I know what you did. Chapter 29. What do you reckon is going on with Fred and George? I reckon that they are really pushing Bagman to give them access to funds or something to start their joke shop, and they are now bringing up the gambling thing at the Quidditch World Cup. Maybe. That's where my headcanon is. Aside from that, I have no clue. Either way. Unless it's something to do with Harry. No, I don't think it is. As in, because obviously Bagman is helping Harry out so much and everything, but I don't think it's that. Anyway, great commentary. Kisnet! Now we get Nifflers for the first time in the series. I was so happy. It's a shame they didn't get introduced into films until Fantastic Beasts. Well, I'm okay with that because we got so many great creatures introduced, and Fantastic Beasts is where you want to be having a bunch of good ones, you know? So I feel like it was an okay time. Unless you just don't like the movies, in which case I can understand that, but I love the first one so much. I really do. Oh, I love it, guys. Oh, God, the bit when Jacob's memory has to be wiped. Oh. Which happens at one point in the movie, and it may or may not actually come through with actually happening. I'm an idiot. So yeah, I apologise to anyone who hasn't seen Fantastic Beasts, but there is a bit where that potentially could happen, and I won't tell you when or in which movie it happens. Right, now save my skin. I actually feel so bad for Hermione in this chapter. Mrs. Weasley treatment of her sucks, especially when we know Mrs. Weasley dislikes Rita Skeeter. Absolutely. I'm very interested to see if anyone else has any other different takes with Molly's behaviour here. We shall see. She may as well have sent nothing to Hermione. Now Hermione may not care what Rita says, but to know Mrs. Weasley did care must have made her feel really bad. I know, it's true. And it's not one of these things where you can kind of bring it up with her in the future, you know. It really isn't, you know, because, you know, the fact is, you're still getting a gift, so you can't, like, say, hey, why is my gift so small? Amazing. It's not the thought that counts, it's the size that counts, which is a line from Bottom, my favourite sitcom. Which I always say, whenever I bring up Bottom on the channel, guys, I do worry that people watch the first episode first and get a very different impression of what the show actually is. Because the first episode, the characters who are lowlifes, we're not meant to like or agree with them at all, are very pervy in the first episode. They're like more than usual. Obviously, in other episodes, there are like bits and everything, but in the first episode, it's like on another level. Now, they are pervs in the other episodes as well, obviously, but it's definitely not as much as in the first episode. So if you are going to watch Bottom, guys, I do recommend the second episode, which is called Gas, and it's absolutely amazing. And I found a song on YouTube recently. Someone had done like a redux, which is like a remix. I don't actually know what a redux is. Of a scene from Gas, which is the second episode, And the video is called... I can't find it. There it is. The video is called Bottom Gasman Redux. And it's on a channel called Guru Mediator. It's 2 minutes long, and it's amazing. I love it so much. And obviously the guy with hair, because it's a guy with hair and a bald guy that's in it, was the guy who actually filmed scenes for Peeves, Rick Mail, who was my childhood icon. I absolutely loved him. R.I.P. He died over 10 years ago. Oh my god. Not good. Not good. Bless him. How? There's a problem playing with this thing. I've just got the hair stuck in it. Put it down. Get your one out. Not like that. Yes. Bottom, guys. It's great. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. They are vile human beings, the main 2 characters on it, but their performances are amazing. Saw them live a few times. I saw Bottom 3 Hooligans Island, and 2 of the later ones which weren't as good. Unfortunately, Rick Mail, who played scenes, who recorded these scenes for Peeves, which I would genuinely pay good money to see. He was in a quad bike accident, I believe it was, and after then he was never really the same, and Bottom did go downhill a bit because obviously he was one of the writers on it. It's such a shame. Yeah, because he had like some sort of brain injury from it. But I still like the stuff that's later on in the show. It's not as good as the first 2 seasons. But yeah, I mean, another great episode you could start off with is the first episode of season 3, which is called Hole, Hole. That's a great episode. That's like a set piece episode where it's just like, you know, one place where the time is consistent. There's no cutaways or anything like that. That is a great episode, actually. It's completely and utterly insane, but it's great. God, I got the giggles when I thought about a line from that episode, because they're stuck on top of a Ferris wheel which is about to be destroyed, typically. And I thought about this line where Richie says to Eddie, "Quick, Eddie, take all your clothes off and knock them together." And Eddie says, "Not what together?" God, I'm such a child. Yeah, it may seem like very childish humour on Bottom. I should warn you of that as well. Either way, let's move on. Not what together. Sorry. Sorry. Right, stop it now. Kenzie, I'm so sorry for stopping reading your comments. So she, but Mrs. Weasley did care. Must have, yeah, absolutely. Kensett, I completely agree with you. Sorry about my tangent about Bottom. Thank you very much for your comments. Hello, Mr. Gasman. Sorry. Oh no. Okay, calm down, Veggie. Slim. These chapters should be subtitled, and literally everybody had an awful time. That should be the memoir of Hermione as well. Why Hogwarts allows students to receive howlers and hate mail is beyond me. Howlers I can understand because it's generally parents trying to teach their children a lesson remotely. Kind of. I still think it's very bad for them, for their mental health. But yeah, anyone being able to do it is insane. Seriously. Ron has to do everything the hard way. He's not brilliant like Hermione, rich like Draco, famous like Harry, good looking like Fleur, sporty like Crumb, and popular like Cedric. Wow, I like it. He's got big feet though. He's everyman character, exactly. Yeah, he's your Junpei, Yusuke, and Ryuji from Persona games. He's like your friend. That's his role in it. Or as Ron refers to himself in the movies, sidekick. He's everyman Samwise Ganji. There's another good example, but with even bigger feet. Amazing! I love it, Slim. I love it. I love it. I love it. I saw a meme of Samwise this morning where it's him and Frodo right near the end of the last movie. There we go. I'll put it like that because I don't want to spoil anything. And it's a shot of him like screaming, Frodo, and Frodo looking around, looking like, you know, very angry and like saying, "Not again, Sam." and the last one is Sam shouting, "If I take another step, that'll be the furthest from home I've ever been." Which is something that he says right near the start of the first movie. It's amazing. Anyway. Oh god, no! That's it. I'm gone now, guys. I got the giggles. I've been talking about Bottom too much. I've been talking about memes and stuff. And also, why are you looking at Sonic? Okay, I need to have a break. I'm sorry, because I got the giggles. I should say about Bottom, guys, is that it does contain strong language, subjects, and comedy violence as well. And so if that's not your sort of thing, be careful going into it. I should also say, if you do check out the Gasman remix like that I just mentioned, the guy is fine. They don't actually end up killing the guy. Don't worry, he's absolutely fine. I just wanted to make that clear, you know, because it may seem darker than it actually is. Right. Oh god, I just thought about what happens when he wakes up. Don't. Right. Sorry, guys. Calm down, Veggie. Right. Where was I, Slim? I'm so sorry I had to have a break mid-comment. If Harry is running around and yelling, the matter is extremely urgent. But of course, Snape can't resist messing Harry around. Harry gives a pretty accurate summary. Mr. Crouch is here and he needs to see Dumbledore. He's ill. Snape doesn't even bother to help, except to tell Moody. Yeah, I'm glad that you said the last bit, because I feel like he actually goes to Moody to tell him to get down there, opposed to Moody asking Snape what happened. It's a shame we never really get to see Hagrid being Hagrid be giantish in the films. I hope we get to see the incredible Hagrid in the series. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, again, different side of him completely. Where did Mr. Crouch go? Who is Fred and George blackmailing? What mistake did Wormtail make? These will be answered in the next episode. I'm sorry. That sounded like the end of the song. I think that the mistake is to do with Crouch. Where did Crouch go? That's actually a very good question. And Fred and George, I think it's Bagman, to be honest. Either way, Slim, thank you so much for your comment. Margarita Pizza! Hi, Veggie! Long-time viewer, first-time comment! Thank you so much, Margarita Pizza. Your name has made me hungry. I could get pizza. Oh, there's a new Sainsbury's pizza. There's a couple. Not Sainsbury's. It's Meatless Farm. Meatless Farm, which is a vegan company which sells through Sainsbury's. But they just brought out two pizzas. One is a pepperoni and a jalapeno, which sounds great. The one which I'm going to go for is mushroom and ham style. Obviously, the pepperoni is vegan as well. Which, yeah, ham and mushroom are like top tier pizza toppings. Let me know your favourite pizza toppings in the comments, guys. But it looks like Margarita Pizza likes theirs plain. Thank you so much for the comment as well, Margarita Pizza. I love your name. I love your name. I only noticed after you mentioned it in the last book club, but in the previous chapters, Sirius says that Moody never killed if he could help it. But the first thing Moody does in class is torture and kill a spider. Perhaps a hint of something off with Moody. You know what, Margarita Pizza? That's so interesting that you mentioned that, because I feel like in my head I did think that, but I definitely didn't say it out in a video about how we did kill the spider, because I think that I didn't want to come off as, you know, being one of those kind of vegans, you know. But the fact is, a lot of people are absolutely fine with animals dying, but then see any human death as being a tragedy. And so, but that being said, I think that if Sirius was told about the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, he would have, alarm bells may have been going off thinking, well, that isn't really what Moody was like. That seems out of character. So yeah, I think that is a good point. Yeah, I think it absolutely does hint at it. What do you think of make of Hermione calling Muggle inventions like electricity substitutes for magic? That's right. You know what? It actually completely confused me because I thought she was saying that they were substitutes of magic. No, that's what you said. Yeah, substitutes for magic. I thought she said substitutes of magic. So I thought she was talking about the magical equivalent of electricity, but but she wasn't. She was actually talking about actual electricity. So I got it completely the wrong way around, if you know what I mean. I thought that she was basically saying that certain types of wizard technology doesn't work at Hogwarts, which doesn't make any sense. But then I reread it and thought, okay, now it makes sense. So yeah, very interesting that she would word it like that. But you know, it makes sense considering she's Muggle-born though. Not a Muggle, like that letter said. That struck me as such an interesting choice of words, implying magic is the default, even though she is Muggle-born. Ah! Substitutes for magic. Substitutes. Yes, you're right. That's so interesting. Not like the Muggle version, but substitute. You're absolutely spot on, Margarita Pizza. Your name makes me happy. Thank you for the wonderful videos. Thank you for the wonderful comment, Margarita Pizza. Oregano? Oregano's good on pizza. You know what I do? This is very odd. I sprinkle a tiny bit of curry powder on mine. Lovely stuff, guys. Lovely stuff. Sorry, Alan Partridge reference. Thank you so much, Margarita Pizza. Don't get the giggles again, please. You have a lot of comments to get through, Veggie. Right. Not what together. It's the fact that Eddie is... How could Eddie's mind go to what he is suggesting there? It's just insane. Calm down. Right. Margarita Pizza, thank you. I'm going to do the rest of the video talking this quietly. I'm not. Connor. Chapter 28, The Madness of Crouch. I bet you weren't expecting Nifflers to show up, were you? I was expecting Crouch to show up, but not Nifflers. No, absolutely not. People who send hate mail are terrible. I'll completely agree, Connor. Yeah, you know what? I never really suffered... I shouldn't really say... This is the worst thing a YouTuber could ever say on a YouTube video. But I've never had, like... people who would, like, leave... regular, like, very, very negative comments and everything, you know. I think one reason is because I always reply with thanks, genuine thanks, not like sarcastic thanks, because I see any comment like that as genuine feedback, even if it's not worded in the most polite way. In fact, very often, guys, like I'll get a rude, aggressive comment. I say very often; it very rarely happens, like I just said. But when I do get them, then very often. Well, I will always reply saying, "Okay, thanks for that. Sorry about, sorry you feel that way. I'm still learning this as I go." And very often I'll get a reply back in a couple of days saying, "Oh, by the way, sorry, I was just in a bad mood when I made that comment." That happens more than it doesn't, in fact. Anyway. Chapter 29, The Dream. Only in dreams. A little bit of Roy Orbison there for you. I like hearing about Ron and Hermione helping Harry practice their charms and hexes. Thank goodness Harry goes straight to Dumbledore after having the dream. Yeah, I completely agree with that, actually, because that is almost out of character, isn't it? Because we always hear about how he doesn't want to bother people or how they are going to react. That's what the big thing was, wasn't it? Yeah, Ron and Hermione helping out is awesome. It really is. Because it's just been Hermione up to this point, isn't it? God, she really does have a hard time in these books. Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you so much. Florin! Hi, Veggie. Not too much to talk about here. Mr. Crouch in the forest. What do you think happened at the scene in the forest after Harry left to find Dumbledore? I've got to say, I imagine it's what Crumb said. I've got no reason to doubt what he said. But then where Crouch went, like Hermione said, that there are other ways of disappearing than just disapparating. Maybe he got in the closet. Is in the Half-Blood Prince one. That obviously isn't the case. What do you think about the Niffler class? I think it would be absolutely joyous. It would be my favourite class it's been described so far. Fred and George mysterious mystery goes on. Who do you think they are blackmailing and why? I think it's Bagman. I think it's for the joke shop, and I think it is regarding currently. I think it's regarding the gambling. That's my bet. Ironically, that's funny. Thank you so much, Flown. Great comment. Jacob Sparks. So many things happen in these chapters and are not in the movie. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on all the new information you have learned. Thank you very much. I hope it wasn't a letdown. Back in the first task, I pointed out. It would be amazing if Jacob's next comment says that last one was really rubbish. Oh God, no! Oh no! I don't know why I'm like this, guys. I'm getting lightheaded. And lighthearted. I'm not suggesting for a second that Jacob would do that. But yeah. Right. Sorry, Jacob. Right. Focus now. You're recording. Right. Back in the first task, I pointed out how Bagman, as an ex-international player, was impressed by Harry's flying, and now Crumb gives Harry a compliment as well. It would have been nice if Crumb was able to give Harry some tips, but Crouch has to show up and move the story along. It's true, because you get the impression. I would have loved to hear what Crumb's reaction to Harry's compliment would have been, because it could have been, I can show you how to do it if you want. That would have been cool. What a lovely scene that would have been. Yeah. Blooming Crouch, ruining everything, as always. Jacob, thank you so much for your comment. I'm sorry about me joking about you not enjoying the video. I hope you do enjoy the video. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, thank you so much. Gav Knob. Greetings! Chapter 28, big chapter. It is a big chapter. The kitchen elves sound happy with their lives, so people like to make others happy, or it could be generational conditioning. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what Hermione's saying as well about the conditioning, isn't it? Yeah, the fear of freedom, you know. That's the Simpsons bit, isn't it, where the ants get freed in the spaceship. Ignore me. Hermione has a massive hole in her logic when it comes to the house elves. Heart is in the right place, but she needs to think things through. I agree, and that previous comment about what she should have done with Winky made such a great point about not just waving off the hell that Winky is going through at the moment, as just like saying, no, you're fine. Yeah, it's not great. What stupid thing could Crouch do? What did he escape? What stupid thing did he do? Well, it could be they let Sun out. Jesus. I am literally, when I came up with that earlier on in the book club, guys, that's the first time I thought about it, and now I've got a really horrible dread that that's what he's talking about. Huh. Dear, I feel really bad for him, I really do, guys. Not that he's a nice person. It's possible to feel empathy for people you don't like. I say very sanctimoniously. Sorry. Because I'm the only one who does it, is what I'm saying. Right, I was a joke. Right, hang on. Go Rams. They lost last night. I'm not. This is it. This is the last video, guys. this is the last video. This is going to be it. Well, I'm actually going to have my breakdown. I am so lightheaded right now. We're seeing this. So, Hermione. What should we figure? Yeah, okay. Chapter 29. Yay! Fred and George upgrading from petty school mischief to indictable offences. They do not do anything in halves, do they? Yeah, I love that you start the goal with yay. They're definitely stepping up, and even to the point where one is a little bit worried about it, which I think is George. Yeah, very interesting. It's fascinating to see where it's going. Gaffron, thank you so much for your comment. CJ, g'day, Veggie. Hope you're doing well. Shall I try and do an Australian accent? No, it's gonna be awful. G'day, Veggie. Hope you're doing well. Chapter 29. I'm so sorry, CJ. How interesting that butterbeer affects house elves differently. Do you think it's just because that they are smaller, or because their bodies have different physiological response? Also, I'm not going American. G'day. Also, poor Wenky. She's had a rough. I feel so bad for her. Oh my, I can't do it. Awful. I think it's something more magical, to be honest. I think yeah, I feel like it's a physiological response rather than the size. Because from what I gather, for students to be able to drink it unsupervised, it would have to have, like, I'm talking like sherry trifle amounts of alcohol in it, like just a spoonful, you know, in like a big trifle. So like very, very little. Or it could be, like, I remember when energy drinks started to become like a really big thing. People would have them and then act drunk because that's what they thought it would do, and so their bodies would have a natural response to it. So it's very possible that Winky isn't even drunk, but she's read or seen somewhere that apparently wizards and well, humans, I should say, drink when they're unhappy. So she thinks, okay, I'm gonna do this, and then because she knows what drunk people look like, she feels like that is her state, and so her body reacts to her actually being drunk. I'm making no sense, but I feel like that's I kind of feel like that's where it's going. With hiccups, of course. It's so funny. It's so funny to me that Harry takes Snuffles food up to the owlery at night, but Hermione says they've just had breakfast when visiting the kitchens. Where did Harry store the food all day? Again, it's one of these things which can be written away with magic. So you can say there's a chilling spell. Maybe stunned it. Makes no sense. What time of year is it as well? Because obviously that makes a big difference. I think it is Easter, isn't it? So it would still be relatively cold. Yeah. That's okay. They put it into a box which has magic. Again, anything can be explained away, but I appreciate the question. That was a great question. I find Molly's... I will never do this accent thing ever again, CJ. This was a mistake. I find Molly's response with the Easter eggs really interesting. Is she mad because she thinks Hermione is doing Harry dirty, or is she aware of Ron's crush and is indignant on his behalf? Oh, I don't think that is the case, but that is fascinating because I didn't give that a second's thought before. I will think on that, CJ, but I don't think it's the case because I feel like Ron holds everything to his chest more than anyone, and so I don't think he would have even given any telltale signs unless... Because it's those ears turning pink, isn't it? It's those ears turning pink and those feet growing. Yeah, so it's very possible that Molly would pick up on the telltale signs. Hagrid says he has Olympus numbers, but what number could he have? Surely not a phone number. Rita's number. I'm guessing you're saying she's a witch. They don't have phone numbers. I've got their number. Right, now that could be a military term potentially. I'm gonna see if there is an answer to this. Where where did the term "I've got their number" come from? Or it could be a bank thing. I've got their number. I've got their number. You're smart to not call them back. What? I've got the number. Idioms. You're an idiot. Sorry, that's an Partridge reference. Right. To understand... Got the number. If you have someone's number, you understand what kind of person they are. I have someone's number. I don't think it's actually got the origin. Okay, you use that word, origin. No, okay. Let's move on. Yeah, it probably is. It probably is phone number, but that is a super good point. But it could be a military number. It could be a finance thing. I don't think so. That is such an interesting question. I love it, CJ. Chapter 29. I love that even though Fred and George's conversation happened before they came in the room, Ron still knew that it was George that said the comment about blackmail. That's how close-knit the Weasleys are. Oh, great comment! That is okay, CJ, that is a brilliant point. So true, yeah, and he would, wouldn't he? Love from Australia. Hopefully not the last time because of this accent, but CJ, thank you so much. I'm so sorry about the accent. I will never, ever do that ever again. Deep How are you doing, Ashley? Veggie. We are starting to get more of a picture of how house elves view themselves now. It's interesting that they seem to be equally embarrassed by Winky being completely distraught about her dismissed. Pardon me, guys. About being dismissed, and by Dobby being happy about it. I empathise so much with Hermione. It is incredibly difficult to engage with a cultural mindset that clashes so profoundly with your own personal moral compass. Absolutely, Ashley. It's something that we all need to do. Yeah, I gotta admit, actually, I hadn't actually seen the comparison between Winky and Dobby and how the house elves are actually treating them. That's actually so true. It's the fact that there is a very one specific way that you should be with the house elves. Very interesting. But Ron thinking it was a good idea to bring up the situation with Barty Crouch was pretty thoughtless. Of course, hearing he was missing would upset Winky even more. That's so true. And it might be because, and it's Ron who brought it up, because that could be Ron seeing them as a secondary race. It could be, guys. And so if it had been a wizard that was this distraught, he may have been more tactful. Maybe, and that's not a judgment on Ron. It's a reading on Ron. Maybe it's a potential reason. Lovely. On that note, the situation with Barty Crouch is certainly getting more interesting and confusing. Absolutely. I feel like it does feel like it's coming to a crescendo, though. I feel like we learn a lot in these chapters that doesn't make any sense yet. Well, quite. That's where I'm sat, basically. I really appreciate Harry's interaction with Crumb here. And the way he defends Crumb to Hagrid. So true. Bringing up Maxine. Hagrid is feeling hurt by Madame Maxine, but the whole reason that Dumbledore wanted to have the Triwizard Tournament at all was to make connections and get to know students from other schools. Yeah, presumably that's the reason. That's why I presume it is. Unless there's any, hidden reason, but I can't think what that would be. It's cool to see that it is working. That Harry is starting to see both Crumb and Fleur as normal, decent people. Well, Fleur's become a decent person. I mean, I feel like we can kind of say that. But yes, no, absolutely. I I really like that. I really like that. It is nice to see Hagrid start to do a better job at teaching. I tend to blame Dumbledore more than Hagrid for his struggles at first. That it's always the top. It's always the top. It's at the top of the business and everything. I agree. It is Dumbledore's decision to put someone who is technically irresponsible into a position of power. Hagrid is clearly a great gamekeeper, but those are very different skills from teaching. There's no indication that he's given any help or guidance stepping into a totally different role. So true, and that's why I feel like he has changed, because he has been given some guidance. That's just my headcanon at this point, though. It seems like he has some good instincts, but he could use someone to just approve of his lesson plan for his first term year as a teacher, maybe. Yeah, that's actually very true. Do they have, what do they call it? What do they call it? Ofsted. Ofsted it's called, isn't it? In the UK, where like people go into the school, observe teaching, observe the quality of the school and everything, observe the safety of the school and everything, talk to all the teachers and everything, and then give the school a rating of how well it's performing. Does that happen in Wizard World? I presume not, because Hogwarts would probably do very badly at it. I remember ours, guys, in the boys' toilets, we wouldn't have mirrors, because at that time people were psychotic. But for Ofsted, they would install the headmaster would have mirrors installed in the boys' toilets just for the inspectors to go around and then take them back, take them away again. Amazing, amazing. Do you remember paperish mirrors? No, it was like cardboard, but it was reflective, but not enough to really do the job as a mirror. Do you remember those? Do you remember foam footballs? Those are weird. Foam footballs. And toilet paper, which I think if you oh my goodness, the toilet paper, guys. I don't think a kid would believe you if you said this is what we used to have to use at school. You know, baking parchment. Or that's the posh term, isn't it? That's what I always call it. What's the other term? Baking paper. Basically the paper that you put on trays to be put into the oven. Essentially that. Insane. Let's move on. This is a really horrible subject. I'm so sorry, Ashley. I've ruined the mood during your comment. But great comment though. I appreciate that about Hagrid as well. I hope that my complaints about Hagrid's teaching hasn't come off as hatred, guys. It really isn't. It's just me seeing it as it is, and so I feel like now that he's actually improving, we can all start to feel, yeah, he wasn't that great now, but he's made a huge leap in the right direction. Thank you so much for your comment, Ashley. Grace. Hi, Veggie. Chapter 28. Notes. Whilst it's awful that what is going on with the house elves, Hermione is really going about it in the wrong way. If you come out super strong with your opinion, it is less likely for people will listen to you or will listen to you again. I completely agree with you, Grace. And I will bring up one thing. I don't care if other people are vegan, guys. I don't. It's something that I've decided for myself. I'm not trying to make people vegan. If people tell me that they eat meat, it doesn't. Or if someone tells me that they eat meat, or if they tell me that I'm vegan, in my mind, it doesn't put them into two categories at all. It's just like other people, you know. And so it means absolutely nothing to me. That being said, over the years, I've had lots of comments of meat eaters say, hey, by the way, Veggie, that thing that you said about, I've tried that, it's actually really nice. Whereas if I'm here, like saying, yeah, you bloomin' meat eaters, I'm on my ivory tower because I don't eat meat, which it doesn't really put you on an ivory tower, guys. Makes you not have bloomin' eggs. I miss eggs. Not Hermione's sad egg. Don't start giggling again. Yeah. And so, it's just about preaching is never the right approach to things. And the thing is, Hermione's young. She's at that age and everything. But, you know, like, going hard on that sort of thing is never good, guys. And it almost questions people's motives behind it. When some vegans are very, very bring it up all the time, or saying how much better they are than people, or taking pictures of them hugging cows, which seems to be a very common thing. I don't get it. I like cows. I think they're adorable, quite frankly. But hugging a cow with an emotional expression on your face is strange to me. And so, yeah. That being said, guys, there are so many. Okay, there are pretentious vegans. I would say that there are more pretentious meat eaters, and statistically, that's just got to be the case, guys. And so, like, if like I just happen to say that I'm vegan for whatever reason, because I don't bring it up in subject, guys, when it's not relevant. But if it's relevant, I say, I'm actually vegan. So often the people go, vegan? Oh, what about bacon? They are the same people as the pretentious vegans who hug cows in pictures, and they all need to get in the sea. I like that term, get in the sea. Sorry. Anyway, so I say that I don't talk about myself being vegan, and I just brought it up again. Right, so. So yeah, I completely agree, Grace. And the thing is, I agree with what she's doing, you know, but she is going around it the wrong way. It's so insane that hate mail can be sent to students like that. Yeah, it's beyond me. It's beyond me. There should be some kind of security process so that students receive harmful objects or curses. I hate how Molly chooses to believe Rita's article. Someone who knows that to write false stories over Hermione, someone she personally knows. I know. I mean, I've gone into, but yeah, it's those things of. It still works. It still works even with people that hate these people. The maze is way more massive in the movie. I wonder why. It's huge, as I remember, in the movie. So yeah, I guess it's because they want. Maybe it's. Maybe they just wanted a different location because obviously they'd have the stadium be significant in previous movies. Maybe. And also, is it ever seen ever again? Or is it just magically made? I guess it's just magically made. For like one time. Because it's not in Hogwarts Legacy. But then again, it wouldn't be, would it? Anyway. Yeah, of course it would be. Would you come I love seeing Victor as a normal teenager dealing with normal teen things. I really like Victor. He seems like a really nice egg. He really does. Good egg, I should say. Not very vegan. Why must everyone hate Victor? Hagrid, Sirius, Ron, and now they none of them trust him. Sirius? Gordon Bennett? I don't remember that, guys, and that must have been something that we covered recently. Jeez. Prejudice, isn't it? That's the name of the book. Chapter 29 notes. Snape was being quite poopy here. Things could have turned out so much better if Harry could have gotten to Dumbledore quicker. Yeah, that's why Harry brings it up the next day, isn't it? Absolutely. In fact, I wonder if Snape now feels quite sheepish about the whole thing. I'd like an update on that. My serious bias is so going to come through, but literally the point of him, James, Lupin, and Peter being rule breakers in their day was to show that they matured. The war made them grow up so fast. I would say that. No, you don't mention Sirius there, do you? Interesting. Keep in mind that Sirius is only in his mid-30s, yet he him and all the others have been through so much. It's insane. It's so true. And you could say that he may be... no, James has had the worst of it, obviously. But obviously he's had a very, very bad time. 12 years of it. Lastly, do you think that divination class could have actually affected Harry's dream? No. The classroom? No. Or maybe. I think so, actually. Yeah, great. That is a great question. I've changed my mind. I think it did. Wow. Great question, Grace. Edit, R.A.P. Maggie Smith. I appreciate that. Hope you and Woozle are doing great. Yes, that must have been updated this week, Grace. Thank you so much for your comment. Yeah, gold. I mean, it may happen in the future, guys, but maybe these book clubs will go out just after. The book club post, I should say, could go out just after someone passing away and it really affecting the thing, which is fine. Please do. You put what you're thinking. Put what you're thinking at any time. Grace, thank you so much for the comment. That was wonderful. Stephen, hi Veggie. For people who watch the movies first, it must be amazing to get all the extra stuff about Crouch and how was barely in the movie. Yeah, it's a joy. It's genuinely awesome to experience it that way. Because obviously the other way around, it must be a lot harder because I'm so enjoying learning all this extra stuff. Chapter 28. Hermione's creepy letters are appalling behaviour from Rita's readers. Hermione is 15 and they are threatening her. Rita really is the embodiment of the Daily Mail in Wizard World. Is it? Wizard World, huh? Daily Mail, yeah, you do get the feeling that is absolutely the paper that is meant to be a parody of, or a version of, but, yeah, each to their own, guys. If you read it, then that all power to you. I love the thought of... It's very interesting what I was saying about the recipes, because I think with the Daily Mail, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, that a lot of people say that they get it because of the sports pages. Apparently the sports pages are very, very well done. But then the rest of the Daily Mail tends to be very reactionary right-wing. I feel like that's fair to say. If you disagree, please let me know in the comments. And so that's the same thing with Rita, like not Rita, sorry, Molly saying that I get it for the recipes, but she's also consuming the rest of it as well. I love the thoughts. I love the thought of the little elves pushing the trio out of the kitchen. I know, I want to see. I can't wait to see that. It's something I need to see. Yeah, that's got to be in the series. All of this has got to be in the series. I love Mrs. Weasley, but I can't defend the way she treats Hermione in this chapter. She knows that Rita lies about everything, and yet she still chose to believe what was written, even after everything that happened with Mrs. Weasley at the World Cup. Yeah, it's true. I hate the language that Hagrid uses in this chapter. I always have. It's uncomfortable to hear him talking like that. Stephen, yeah, I didn't word it like that. You worded it perfectly right there. I was uncomfortable with it. I gotta admit, at first I was like, whoa! Like that. Because it's like, whoa, that is not okay to say, Hagrid. But yeah, it made me uncomfortable. It really did. And quite frankly, it changes my opinion of Hagrid. I'm hoping by the end of the book he realises his mistakes. I recently booked tickets for the studio tour in London for May, and they recently teased a Goblet of Fire summer feature. Wow. I highly recommend the tour. It's so good. I need to get on that. The thing is, guys, actually, you know what? I'm for once, I'm gonna give myself a non-hard time, which is not a term. The channel is getting back to a good state. Numbers are up. They're obviously not up as high as they were before, but that was never going to be an overnight thing. So the struggles that I've had this year, things are on the mend. And each video I'm posting is doing good numbers at the moment, which is nice. Movie reactions is a big part of that, I think. I'm so glad I covered the Hobbit animation. I was so adorable and funny and crazy. And each and every comment on it is basically saying this was my childhood, which is so nice. I'm so glad I did that. And so I'm going to give myself a break for once and say, I will be doing the tour when things are back to the point where I can start to do things like that. Either way, Steven, that sounds great. Goblet of Fire summer feature. Because the studio tour would all be movie related, wouldn't it? That's interesting. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there any book references in these tours? You'd imagine not. Let me know. I'll be fascinated to know. Edit. Considering recent news, I thought I'd add a little bit about Dame Maggie. Absolutely. Her and Daniel were in a BBC two-part production of David Copperfield in 1999 with future Harry Potter co-stars. Very interesting. I didn't know Maggie Smith was in that. And she recommended him for the role as Harry. Oh my giddy goose. Good on her. I did not know that. That's quite special. I feel like you can't not like Maggie Smith, guys. She's one of those people, you know. There aren't many of them, but it doesn't make sense to not like her. Bless. Well loved and had a wonderful life, guys. Great career. Thank you, Stephen. Great comment. Eduardo! I watched the movie first and then read the books. Eduardo. Yes, I think I read that. Sorry, everyone. For a while, I very strongly disliked them, but they are separate media, and it would be good to remember what we thought of them having only themselves as a standard. Oh, absolutely, yes. In fact, my brother actually asked me if I thought that Goblet of Fire is the worst movie, and I did say no. Even with what I've learned so far about the book. So yeah, it is very important to separate them. Obviously, some people just can't, and that's fine as well. But I agree with you, Eduardo. They are separate media, as you say. Man, I really dislike journalists like Rita. Jeez, you and me both. They do what they did to Hagrid, and are doing to Hermione all the time. It is enough to ruin a good anyone's life in exchange for clicks or media sales. Even if the ones being talked about are bad people, some really cross the line. Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, they're doing it purely because it's rubbernecking. It's looking at a bad thing, and people enjoy that. You know, unfortunately they do, guys. I'm sure that in their minds they don't think they do, but they're drawn towards it at least. And so people who journalists who put out racially reactionary articles or religious-based articles to make you try and fear a certain group and everything aren't necessarily prejudiced. They are doing whatever they can to get money and to get people to look at their stuff. Unfortunately, that's the way the media's gone now since the internet got created, guys. Is that the only thing that matters now is that you are paying attention. It doesn't actually matter what's being said or any side effects or you know bad conclusions. Outcomes. There we go. Always good to learn about fantastic beasts like Niffler and Nifflers, sorry, and whatever is there to come inside the labyrinth, and training leads up to it, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm intrigued to rewatch the movie scene because I don't remember that much actually happening. I remember a bush trying to eat, I think, Cedric. And obviously something happening to Crumb as well. Nothing in Hogwarts ever moves just because you told it to. McGonagall is the last in the last movie might disagree. Oh my goodness! I like it. Boom! I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. Oh no, maybe not. I'm not sure. McGonagall in the last movie might disagree. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Eduardo, but my main memory of McGonagall in Deathly Hallows is boom. Either way, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Embren with a comment here as well. Hi, Veggie. Not much to add to the house elf meeting that others covered. The little mystery of how Rita gets her sources, I always loved as a side quest for the tournament. The reveal is worth the build-up, trust me. Okay, cool. Looking forward to it. I fear Rowling wanted a flaw in a character like Molly, her enjoying gossip columns. Well, and also her love of Gilderoy, I guess you could say, was kind of a flaw. No, that's unfair. She wasn't to know, was she? Also, Rita isn't the only writer for the Daily Prophet, just a very popular one. Of course, when Arthur and likely would be the same for Percy, gets slandered, Mama Bear in her resurfaces and curses Rita. Not literally, luckily. Or maybe literally, we'll find out. Oh, me here's just commented. I just got like a little pop-up. It's very good that I put out that tweet, actually, because that does let people know. Yeah, plenty of people looking at it. Let's go. Eduardo, are you on Twitter? Weirdly enough, I just got a message from you. I don't know if this is the same Eduardo, but if it is, Eduardo just said, thankfully it is such an easy one. Because I posted a post-it note that I created last night when I was like obviously very tired and everything, and was worried that I was going to forget something, and the post-it note literally says "Learn to paint." That's it. I don't know if that's the same Eduardo, but either way. Right, so I friggin' love the bit where Hagrid shoves a Karkaroff against the tree while Dumbledore actually shouts "Stop!" Hey, for this scene in Harry Potter TV series, they can let the new actor for Dumbledore do a Gambon copy. You know what? Frickin' the guy who plays Sirius Black, come on. Everyone! That guy. Oh, what's it? I can't remember his name. The actor who plays Sirius Black. Very well-known actor, guys. He is apparently shown interest in playing Dumbledore. Not a bad choice. Not a bad choice. I can't. I'm so bad with actors' names. This is the first time we see Hagrid publicly defending Dumbledore's honour like that, and what he means to him. Oh yeah, absolutely. First time he's got blooming physical about it as well. Yeah. Not even a deleted scene on this in the movie, but Snape checking up on lovers in Bo Barton's carriage was filmed. Sigh. Checking lovers. Oh, was that Bo Barton's carriage? Was it? Interesting. Anyway, let's move on. Dumbledore's sense of humour, yet again highlighted. Madame Maxime being an excellent dancer to an answer to annoy Fudge, and his gargoyle always having a sweet password. That's great. That's very, very true. Yeah, it does feel like he was trying to annoy Fudge there, and annoying Fudge tends to be a good thing in my experience. Everyone, thank you so much for your comment. Howdy doing? How we doing? Sorry, not howdy doing. Sorry, how we doing? Hi, Veggie. I've been busy and missed the last few videos, but now I'm caught back up. Yeah, well, welcome back. Welcome back. I wish I was able to be a part of the last book club because I just love everything involved with the second task. Probably my favourite chapter in the series. Wow. In the meantime, these videos have inspired me to listen to the books again, listened to to or read them 6 times now, I think. Wow, my goodness. I'm working on getting caught up with them to be more involved in the book clubs in these later books, just starting Prisoner currently. Oh, fantastic, Howie. Yeah, that's really, I appreciate that. That inspired you to check out the audiobooks again. That's amazing. I wonder which version you're listening to. But yes, I mean, if you do want to bring up stuff on chapters that you may have missed, guys, I feel like that's fine. When people have commented on a chapter and then on the next video they're still commenting on that chapter, that's when it's a bit more of an issue, because just so we can get through them. Yeah, if you want to mention anything about the second task, please do. If it's one of your favourite chapters in the entire series, oh, it's probably is your favourite, in fact. My goodness, well, go ahead then, Howie. Seriously. As for these chapters, I'll keep it short until I catch up. I really love the mystery here with Crouch, and I really like really all the mysteries in general. I just remember the first reading this book, how these really made it such a page turner. I wonder how The Lawn came out this year. It did very well, Howie. Thank you so much for asking. Yes. There are some like slightly drier patches now, but it's just been raining consistently for like 3 weeks here, so I'm sure that'll go away. But yeah, I think I will do it again next year. Maybe a little bit slower, because I basically did it all in like the span of like a day, which was insane. And so yeah, I might take it a little bit more casually this next time. But either way, greetings from Pennsylvania, and go Eagles. Yes, absolutely. How are the Eagles doing? I actually have no idea. To be honest, guys, I've been quite casual this year with it. I know the Rams are not doing well. In fact, I think they're 1-3 now. But you know, still time to turn it around though. Anyway, Howie, thank you so much for the comments. Give it a like. Johnny! Hi, Veggie! Hermione means well with the house elves, but yet again, she doesn't listen to them and tries to force her views on them. It's true, it's true. Maybe she should focus more on getting the wizards to treat them better than persuade the elves to demand wages or anything like that. She surely has a long way. She surely has a long way to go. It's so true. And the thing is, convincing wizards to come around to her side, she's not wording it in a very good way to them either. Like I say, if she brought up the fact that Dobby was being beaten, I think that Ron would agree with that being made illegal. You know, you'd presume. But yeah, even when she's talking with the wizard, she's wording it in a bad way. Snape seems to enjoy seeing Harry upset when he was trying to get to Dumbledore. Again, that's very unprofessional. He sees a student and in distress who asks for help, and he doesn't take him seriously. No one except Dumbledore takes students seriously in these books just because they're teenagers. Well, the thing is, and that is Dumbledore's fault, you know. The fact that Snape is in that place is Dumbledore's fault. And so this is why it's great to compare Snape and Hagrid. Obviously, they have very, very different approaches to teaching, but at the same time, you know, it's if you're going to criticize Snape being in that power position, and then let Hagrid off as saying, "Well, Dumbledore put him there." Yeah, that's the thing. That's what's so great about comparing these characters. I love seeing Hagrid's more frightening side. We don't see it very often. He can really be scary when he wants to. Oh, absolutely. And the fact that we don't see it often makes the moment feel so much bigger. Because the thing is, we still don't know what's going on. And so it is a huge moment. I hope we'll get to see Harry trying to guess the password in Dumbledore's office on the TV show. I can't see why they wouldn't. It's quite a good moment. Particularly when he says, "Oh no, he doesn't like them." Well, that was excellent. Jaddy, thanks so much for the comment. Rachel. Hi. It's interesting hearing Ron upset about being poor, but also hearing about how Harry remembers being constantly hungry when when sending the food to Sirius. That is true. Yes, it does mention about how this summer he's been on the diet, of course. Which I got completely wrong, guys. I'm so sorry about my comments about Molly and that. They are both poor in different ways. A lack of money at home for Ron, but a lack of love for Harry. Very well put. I see people say often that the second and third tasks are boring, as nobody can see them. But the third is in the Quidditch pitch, which is high up seats all around. Definitely easier to see over the maze than the film. Yes, I agree with that. It's easier than the film, but it's still, with the 20-foot hedges, it depends on how wide these corridors are. If the corridors are wide, you probably could. If they're as tight as I remember as they were in the movie, you're not going to be able to see them, unless there is some sort of thing there for the audience, which there could be. It'd be strange for it to not mention it, but there could be. Obviously, Harry would have more pressing things on his mind than to pay attention to that. Which creature do you think Hagrid supplied for the maze? Well, if it's singular. Oh no, you do say creatures. I think it's got to be the blasted screw. Just like that would be amazing if that's like the final thing in the task is the blasted screw. Just one massive one. Sorry, I'm taking off my socks because they are absolutely soaking wet because I've just taken Woozle out for a walk. God, they are horrible. Oh my goodness. Right. I'm also teaching her to sit at the moment, and it's going okay. It's not going okay. The thing is, guys, that because she's quite a nervous dog, if she doesn't understand things, she may think that she's done something bad. So whereas other dogs will just like stare at you when you're saying a command that they don't understand, she'll start to like get her head down and like, you know, yeah, it's sad. But the thing is, I'm not bothered about her sitting down anyway, because she's a sight hound. Sighthounds just don't tend to sit like that anyway. They either lay down or stand. But I am trying to get her to. But if she can't, I'm fine. I'm not going to push it too far. Yes, that's it. Rachel, thank you so much for your wonderful comments. It's a nurse thing. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. I thought I'd switch it up this time. Excellent. I hope all is well with you. Well, I got wet feet. Chapter 28. So full of good stuff. So juicy. This comment could go on forever, but I'll try to keep it short. There's some of my notes. Expand as you wish. Poor drunk Winky, absolutely. Even in the book, people suck. Hermione hate mail. It's shocking. Nifflers, I'm so happy. I'm going through these guys because we haven't already talked about the subjects before. As It's a Nurse Thing says, expand as you wish. When Hermione sets her mind to something, look out. Yeah, this is the thing. I'm fascinated to know what's going to happen with Rita. I doubt it's going to be house elf related, but yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what she's got cooking. The maze. I'm so excited for you to read the maze chapter. Pardon me, guys. I'm sorry. All the task chapters have been amazing so far. Amazing. Sorry. As Bagman's obsession with Harry becomes creepy, or is it just me? Not for me. Not for me. Again, I feel like it's a bet, so that's my headcanon for it. If I ever own a tree, I'm naming it Percy! Fantastic! Or Weatherby. I love that so much. And then we start off with chapter 29 with the theories about what happened with Mr. Crouch. What's your theory, Veggie? The thing is, I do feel like that Voldemort might be talking about Crouch. The thing is, I because he said he is dead, so it's not Bertha. I am definitely allowing my movie knowledge to come into it to an extent, but then what happens with the body though? Oh, God, I don't know. Yeah, we shall find out. I'm really looking forward to finding out, though. I really appreciate Snuffles being the responsible adult here. It's true. Again, he's changing it, and the fact that he's changing his tune is worrying to the reader and, of course, Harry. He was a troublemaker growing up, and he knows what that can lead to. So he's trying to do his best for Harry. Gotta love him. Yeah, it's true. And you'd imagine that half the time, if all this stuff wasn't going on, he would be pushing Harry to do mischievous things. The meeting in Dumbledore's office. Harry sure has a way of accidentally eavesdropping on important conversations. It's what he does half the time in these books. It really is. And also coming across Crouch as well. And then we're left on a cliffhanger. So good. So you hope you enjoyed these chapters as much as I did. Until next time. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, fantastic. They are. I cannot wait to find out what happens next. You know, it's one of those. Thanks, it's a nurse thing. Coffee Glamour. Hi Veggie, I don't have much to comment on these two chapters apart from I wish we had both Barty Crouch and Sirius and Dobby obviously plot lines in the movies since they are very interesting and add a lot to the story. Poor Mr. Crouch had to have something done to his head as oh my god. As his mind was jumping from past to present. So true. And again, I presume that someone has done that to him. I don't know, guys. He looked awful, so I think he must have escaped some sort of captivity where he was tortured because something serious must have caught him to look so battered and exhausted. If that was the case, what do you think somebody would gain from doing that to him? I guess it's to have more control over the tournament, really, to be honest. Considering that he's going to be there and be a judge and everything. I mean, again, it could be Percy. that fits in, doesn't it? Who do you think Fred and George are blackmailing and why? I've gone into it. I do feel like it's Bagman. I feel like that's going to be the resolution of why they're doing it and why Bagman is being as he is. Bertha Jorkins must have been very important since we keep hearing about her. I like that we get a couple of mentions about her throughout the book, and she's not just mentioned once and forgotten. It's true, we're always, every now and then, it's like, oh, Bertha Jorkins is getting mentioned, and it's being done at a really good pace. I completely agree. What obstacles would you like to see in the maze? In the film, it was so dark and misty. The bushes just closed up the passages and in some places, and here we hear Hagrid will provide some creatures. Yeah, I thought that's what it was. To be honest, I couldn't quite remember. I don't know. I mean, there's a potential for a lot. To be honest, again, I mean, it was Bagman who. No, it wasn't. It was. Who was it? Who was it who referred to the Philosopher's Stone? Oh, it was Mad-Eye, wasn't it? Moody. So yeah, more stuff like that, I guess. But yeah, I'm intrigued to find out. Goblet Llama, thank you so much for your comment. Gary, not Jerry. I had completely forgotten about Harry's dream in this chapter. Fascinating stuff. I'm interested to see what you make of it. It's absolutely terrifying. It really is. Considering that it's a kid having this dream. It's a brutal thing to be saying. Lots of interesting talk about prejudice as well. Hagrid really letting loose, that's one way of putting it, but I don't think he really thinks that about foreigners. He's just had a moment of anger. You would hope so. You would hope so, yes. Snape was so annoying. Why wouldn't he just help instead of saying the headmaster is busy and smirking? Yeah, it's beyond me, that. How do they know which owls at the school are school owls and which are pet ones? I think there's probably a very simple explanation for that. They probably got a tag on their legs, in fact. Or maybe what the school ones have like are all very uniformed, or maybe all the same breed. Maybe. In my headcanon, there aren't actually any school owls, and Harry just accidentally steals other people's pets and send his letters to Sirius. That would be amazing, because obviously these letters can take a long time sometimes. That would be very annoying if you found that someone else had used your house owl. Gary, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your comment. Kevin. The Niffler lesson. for the book readers, this is the first introduction of Nifflers. So you can imagine how excited a lot of the book readers were when they showed up in Fantastic Beasts as one of Newt's signature animal companions. That's so true. That must have been that must have been very rewarding. I like that. This lesson is legitimately the best lesson that Hagrid ever teaches in the books. Well, I don't know. There could be better ones coming up, in my opinion. It's this class that I point to when I say Hagrid could be a good teacher, an effective care of magic creatures professor, if it wasn't so bad at recognizing when he puts students in potential dangers with something, some of the more fierce animals. Well, and also the doing tasks which are monotonous, seemingly pointless, and just horrible is also a great way of teaching people. But they have to learn certain things. Then they have to learn certain things. Also, I had to agree with Ron. It must be really frustrating to come from a family with little monetary wealth and have a best friend that's so rich that he doesn't even notice when a small fortune of gold mysteriously disappears from his pocket. Harry did have a lot on that night, though, to be fair. I do feel like he could have just skipped his menu, but what you're saying is what Ron is thinking of Harry, and that is definitely what he thinks of him. I know Harry wasn't really trying to gloat and flaunt his wealth in Ron's face. He would never do that, but it still sucks. Yeah, he wouldn't have said the thing about I was worried about my wand if he was trying to do that. I do appreciate these chapters for being the start of Harry getting to know Crumb and Fleur better and realizing seeing them as real people. You see both Fleur warm to him, obviously because he rescued the sister, and you see Crumb actually jealous of Harry and Hermione's relationship, which, as Harry points out, came from a professional Quidditch player. Coming from a professional Quidditch player is hilarious. Lastly, we begin to see some of the anti-giant and non-wizard prejudice of the Ministry again. Fudge completely unwilling to believe the testimony of Hagrid and Maxime solely because they're half-giants, despite neither having ever shown themselves to be in any way malicious or untrustworthy. Glad Dumbledore called him out on his BS. Great chapters here. Really excited for the next book club. The next two chapters are great ones. Fantastic. Looking forward to that. And among some of the bigger things in the movie omitted that upset book readers. Can't wait to hear your reactions and opinions on them. Very interesting. Well, it sounds like the third task is going to be in. I mean, all the tasks have been interesting that people, the first task people took exception with, the second task not so much. It sounds like the third task might be a doozy though. Thank you so much for your comment, Kevin. I had to speed for a bit of it because it is obviously quite a chunky comment, but thank you so much for making it. Boom. Q. I'm sure plenty of others have commented on the disagreement of the disgrace of the movie, leaving out around 2/3 of the entire plot of the book, especially exemplified by these chapters. So I'll leave that to as my all my commentary on it. Weasley family dynamic continues to fascinate. They clearly love each other, and in Harry's eyes, they're the ideal, warm, loving family that he never had. But they're also all flawed individuals with their own goals, apart from Percy, who's perfect. I'm joking. Properties and perceptions and financial stress that they're under isn't easy for any of them, especially shown with Fred, George, and Ron in these chapters. Percy seems to be all of his siblings' least favorite sibling. That's so true, and they believe, or at least think, there's a chance that he would turn them in for a crime without question. I don't think Ron really thinks that. I actually don't. The thing is, guys, that at least in my interpretation, a lot of the time when things are calm and safe and everything, Ron says a lot of things that he doesn't quite mean, but he's saying them in jest. That's how I take that. But maybe Percy would. Maybe he would, but I don't think he would. But then again, I'm his biggest fan. So, as far as we know, Percy is currently the only Weasley kid living at the Burrow, while the others are either moved out or at Hogwarts. I don't have any particular conclusions to draw from this, but it must be strange for him after all these years of constant sibling presence. Yeah, we might even be enjoying it to an extent, but it would absolutely be something that would be hard for him to get used to. But yeah, I really like him though. I'm his #1 fan, but I love how much Percy that we get in the books, guys. I really genuinely do. Thank you so much, Q, for your comment. Simon writes, release sausages. Release Waterwick. Okay, so that's Life of Brian. That's an easy one. By the way, Simon, you know that thing about I fired my arrow into the air. It landed in Thingy Bobby Square. I had heard of that before, that term before, but I'd certainly never seen the movie that it's from. But I realised where I'd heard it from, because I've gotten back into Civilization 6 again. And in Civilization 6, whenever your civilization achieves a new scientific technology or ability and everything, Sean Bean like quotes something, and so very often it's like a very, very beautiful quote from like some real historical person. But then there's also a couple of funny ones, and so that's in there when you discover archery, which is obviously very useful early ability in Civilization. But there's another one. I think it's either when you create chivalry or when you unlock knights. It could be unlocking knights. I can't remember actually, but it quotes the holy. What the heck's it called? It's not called the Holy Grail, is it? Monty Python's Holy Grail. Yes, yeah, that one anyway. I think it's called Holy Grail. Oh my goodness, my mind's gone completely mad now. Where it's like says just because some watery tart gave you a sword in the lake doesn't mean that doesn't mean that you're a king or something like that. It basically has that quote in the game as well. So it's like some nice random references. But yeah, I had heard it before. Would have been amusing for Gryffindor suddenly to start getting gruel for the breakfast. And how can Hermione string Harry and Crumb along like that? It's heartless. Very good, Simon. I see what you're doing. Thankfully, Molly knows how punish that sort of behaviour. Bless her. Yeah, oh my goodness. Maybe you're just a massive Molly fan. Maybe that's what's going on. But yeah, the gruel would have been amazing. And the three never mention it ever again why it's happening, and everyone else is furious. Seriously though, there's so much going on in the chapters compared to the film that the Crouch thing is so much better, and a sneak peek of what the third task will be. Also, there is a lot of clues about the subplots that you will not realise until later. I won't say which because they may not be very appropriate, except in hindsight. Just noticed in my version of the book, when Fudge and Dumbledore come to the are in conference, the line about Hagrid having a monster fixation is said by Crouch, so I don't actually know who said it. Wait, what? Bizarre. It's just a complete misprint. Wow. Also, a while ago, sorry guys. Also, a while ago, you thought J.K. Rowling was making a reference to a TV show. It was a while ago. I forgot what, but Cockroach Cluster is definitely a reference to an old TV sketch show. if you know it. Cockroach cluster. I have no idea. The Fast Show, maybe? Cockroach cluster. I'm not... unless it's like a Reason Mortimer thing. I guess that could be possible. I have no idea. Very interesting, Simon. Very interesting. Thank you so much for your comment. Liz. Hi, Veggie. Yes, the riots were horrendous, but I was talking about what was sparked in the riots at the dance workshop. The pre-trial is coming up in October, I think. I live close to Liverpool and then Southport, so I don't personally know anyone who was involved, but a friend of a friend had to leave their house when Southport Mosque was attacked because they were afraid for the safety of their children. Thank you for your concern. Okay, Liz, yeah, I knew it was regarding all of that. I didn't want to go too specific about it, obviously, but yes, there was a tragedy that happened there a few months ago, guys, which obviously then kicked off the riots that I referred to last time. So I'm glad that everyone's safe, Liz. Chapter 28. I love the interactions with the house elves in the kitchen, but I do feel sorry for Winky and then Hermione insulting them. Actually, yeah, I feel like they definitely took it as an insult, yes. I do wonder why Madame Maxime thought that Hagrid would be okay with her after her outburst at the U Ball. She's definitely cheeky, huh? Interesting, because the thing is, I don't know if Hagrid... I'd love to know what that conversation was actually like, because it could be Hagrid putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5. Or she could legitimately just be trying to find out about the maze. Though those letters are awful, but I love the Niffler lesson. Ron wanting one as a pet is fantastic, though. I can't believe Mrs. Weasley would believe the stupid article. Yeah, I know that's been a recurring thing in this book club. Of course, Harry and Cedric would be horrified about what's happening to the Quidditch pitch. I think I was a little aghast myself when I first read it. Oh, really, that's amazing. Yeah, Cedric definitely appears to be frustrated, and I guess maybe Harry is as well. Maybe. Whenever I get to the part where Crumb wants to talk to Harry about Hermione, my heart just melts. He's so sweet, and Harry hits the nail on the head. Crumb is an international Quidditch star, and yet he worries about one of his friends being in a love relationship. Yeah, but also he's Harry Potter as well, and so that would go a long way as well. Looking forward to seeing your views on Mr. Crouch part, but part of this chapter. I was extremely confused when I first read it. Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait to find out an explanation, if there is an explanation coming. Chapter 29. Who do you think the twins are blackmailing? Bagman, from what I think. In quotes, because yeah, exactly. It's possible that is not. Constant vigilance always makes me laugh when he says that. Yeah, no, the thing is, when he first said it, all of you guys were saying constant vigilance in your comments. I was thinking, okay, this is clearly a popular thing. That's great. I wonder if, okay, you know, if the movie is correct, I wonder if the real one says it. That will be interesting to listen to. Sorry guys, I got lost. I love Ron and Hermione helping Harry practice the spells, and this is why I always laugh at people who claim Harry only ever uses Expelliarmus. You finally get to see the range of spells he actually learns for the tournament. Hermione not wanting to be stunned again is this. Laughing face. Yes, that was amazing. Just completely changing the subject. I don't blame her to be fair. The dream is interesting and confusing. What blunder? But Fudge's prejudice just because Madame Maxime is part giant really annoys me. She is also part witch, for goodness sake. Yeah, it's definitely a very bad side of him as well. Hope you're well. All the best till next time. Thank you, Liz. A great comment. I appreciate that it was long. No, sorry, I understand that it's long because you wanted to clarify the thing that we discussed a little while ago, but I had to skim through some of the comments there just because it was a bit chunky still. But yes, I'm glad everyone's safe, and see you next time. Jonas. of the side panels. Thank you so much, Jonas. Hey, Veggie, I like the parts about nifflers so much that I used it as a template to write a little program in Java with a lot of bugs for my computer science students to debug in class. My goodness, that sounds cool. Scenario was that Hagrid needs this program to run properly, but to be able to automatically automatically see how many galleons are left in the garden for the nifflers to find. I included a similar task with the Lord of the Rings and Star Wars scenarios as well. Wow, Jonas, that sounds freaking cool. What a great idea as well. Seriously, that is a great way of getting people to learn stuff, to make it, relatable and interactive like that. That sounds absolutely brilliant. Hope you and Woozle are doing well. I've got wet feet, but Woozle's doing great. Thank you so much, Jonas. H! Don't leave me, he whispered, his eyes bulging again. I escaped, must warn, must tell, see Dumbledore. My fault, all my fault. Bertha dead, all my fault. My son, my fault. Tell Dumbledore, Harry Potter, the Dark Lord, stronger, Harry Potter. It's very interesting that it doesn't actually say that the son is dead in that blurb. Even if we completely ignore the problem with the plot being almost removed from the movie, I think the scene with the desperate Barty Crouch is one scene from the book I would have really loved to see in the movie. Yeah, the thing is, no, they could have taken out the Bertha Jorkins line. And that's it. That's all they really would have had to remove, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the movie version is stark. Well, it's not even the movie version because he's dead in the movie, isn't he? But yeah, it's definitely very different. I really like the Fudge and Dumbledore conversation and Dumbledore's passwords. Yeah, they're very him, aren't they? You can definitely see that he decided on them. And again, the password could have been Fudge. Thank you very much for your comment, H. Rhea, read the books. Read the books, they say. It will be fun, they say. There is so much you're missing out on, they said. Goblet of Fire movie especially sucks, they said. Well, what do you say now, dearest Veggie? I do feel like I could still take some enjoyment out of the movie, but then again, I haven't sat down and watched it since. So maybe once we're done with all this, we could like rewatch the movies, maybe together or something, in like a live stream or something. Obviously, you'd have to have your own copies to press play with and everything. But I do still feel like I would enjoy them. But I'm definitely seeing why people have resentment towards it. Absolutely. I was thinking about something the other day. As far as the books go, we are about halfway through the series. Yeah, that would make sense, because obviously the later books do get longer. The second half is, of course, a lot longer and more full of depth, but perhaps take a little moment to reflect on making it this far. Yeah, I do feel like, because if I revisit my old videos, it does feel weird how no, my very, very old book reviews, how much more we go into now, but that is because there is a lot more to talk about as well, I believe. Not factoring in the book club and YouTube, what are some of your favourite, most memorable book moments so far? Gilderoy is still up there. I loved every moment with him in. I really, really did. Moment-wise, Harry, like Hermione and Ron's disagreements during Azkaban, her saying that she will report Harry if he messes around with the firebolt and everything. There have been so many things. Those are ones which come to my mind instantly, but there have been so many great book moments so far, and I'm sure there's still plenty more to go. I particularly remember you. Oh, hang on. I particularly remember your amusement at Harry singing Valentine. Oh yes. And Gilderoy's Harry. Harry. Yep, there you go. Back in chamber. On a more serious note, your admiration for Hermione alerting Professor McGonagall, R.I.P. Maggie, of the firebolt jeopardizing the friendship but not Harry's safety in Azkaban. I swear to God I did not read this comment before recording this, guys. I swear this is the first time I'm reading it. That's amazing. Well done, Rhea. I sincerely hope that it's been worth it for you, because it sure has been for me. I don't get... it doesn't get said as often now, but thank you. Rhea, don't. It's been amazing so far, and I know it's only going to get better from here. Get ready. Yeah, you know what? Because we're now past the point where my morale was not great and my attitude was very bad in Azkaban, I feel like we're on a roll now. I really do. So thank you, Rhea. That's very, very kind of you. P.S. Behold a competent, measured Dumbledore in action. So true. Notice how he showed confidence in Harry, and by not rushing at him like an unhinged lunatic. No chokehold needed. Amazing. Yes, I remember you did not like that scene. he has Hagrid for that. Well, quite literally. Yeah. I also wouldn't have objected to the use of a pile driver, stone cold stunner, 5-star frog splash. I'm going to make that. I think that RVD always had the best frog splash, guys. I genuinely do. Suplex, sharpshooter, choke slam, people's elbow, excellent. That is a strange one. If you show the people's elbow to people that aren't interesting, guys, they'll think you're insane. Sweet chin music, which is another fantastic one. All topped off with an attitude adjustment to Karkaroff, which he clearly needs. Yes, an attitude adjustment is getting someone into a fireman's carry position and then throwing their legs up and letting them fly back down. It's John Cena's finisher. It used to be called something rude. What was it? It was an innuendo, wasn't it? Or was it called the FU? What was John Cena's finisher? What did John Cena's finisher used to be called? Was it called the FU? What was Cena's finisher or originally called? It was the FU. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it was a parody, a play on Brock Lesnar's F5. I presume. You didn't say pedigree. Or the leg drop, of course. Oh, there. Great list of wrestling moves. That is fantastic, Rhea. He has Hagrid. Oh yeah, no. 110% justified. Yes, I feel like it is justified because Karkaroff is insane to immediately think that there's some sort of conspiracy at that point. Seriously, it's ridiculous. Rhea, thank you so much for your comment, and I appreciate the thanks as well. That is very kind of you. This comment has been removed, but I know that it's because me here has made a comment update, and so has reposted the comment. Katik. Hi, Veggie. We now get to see Hermione's stoic attitude towards Rita Skeeter's eavesdropping, and how she's furious. Is that stoic? I think it's stoic. Don't think, as in the word, my reading. Don't think we have seen her that angry and vengeful at someone before. Maybe we've seen Hermione's villain origins. Oh my goodness, maybe heel turn. Lucky that Ron doesn't heel turn and bloom and break the skull. That was a really funny joke. Hermione being angry, I swear that we've had it where she's like been glaring at Harry and basically forcing him to change his mind on something. I mean, the spew thing has got pretty heated as well. So I'm laughing at my own jokes now. I am not sure if I liked that scene between Krum and Harry. I would assume Krum had asked Hermione what he asked Harry now. Oh, really? and she would have told him the same. That her and Harry are just friends. It's possible that he did and didn't believe her, maybe, which is a shame. Why did Crumb not believe her? There we go. And if he did not ask her why, they are presumably in a relationship. I'm not even sure if they are, to be honest. I don't know, guys. I'm really not. It's the same as Angel Dust and Husk on Husband Hotel. There's lots of people that assume that they're in a relationship now. I don't see that. They're just good friends who get on and understand each other better now. Anyway, we're not here to talk Husband Hotel. It's a very different series. Not for kids. Be warned, it's not for kids. And if he did not ask her why, presumably the relationship now, or Crumb wants to be in one, surely Hermione should be the person he trusts. If he doesn't, why does he want to be with her? To give Crumb a bit of leeway, it's most definitely the first relationship that he's ever been in or wanted to be in. And so he's a teenager. Is he? He is still technically. Of course, he's a teenager. Yeah. He is still, a teenager at the end of the day. So yeah, but yeah, and it's just showing a very paranoid side of him, really. I don't know. For some reason, this going behind her back gives me the ick. Very interesting. I feel like it could be because if he was to bring it up with Hermione, he'd be worried that she would be angry and it would soil their relationship. Whereas with Harry, that's not a threat, unless Harry goes and tells Hermione, which would be amazing. Hope you're enjoying the Crouch mystery, even though it might have been particularly spoiled by the film. Well, not really, Katik, because I'm still up in the air with so many aspects of it. So yeah, I'm still thoroughly enjoying it. Thank you so much for your comment. Okay, I'm gonna have another go. I've just looked up. I'm so sorry if this is wrong, because I feel like it might be. I am so sorry. I really want to be able to read your name and everything, but that is a dyslexics. That's not an easy one. I'm so sorry. I hope I was even close. I'm really, really sorry. Hi, Veggie. I hope I'm not way too late. No, I saw your comment as I was doing this, so don't worry. When the liked comments appear, it means I'm if there are liked comments but not all the way to the end, it means I'm still going. So you do still have time. It's when it says closed at the top, which I do before I even end the video. That's when it's closed. So you're right on time. I noticed that you started liking comments, so I hope I'm fast enough to post mine. There we go, exactly. I really just wanted to say how impressed I am that you continue with the book clubs and only read 2 chapters a month. I think I've read the whole series 4 times since I started following your book clubs a year ago. That's amazing and also terrifying. I apologise. But yeah, I think it's a good system now. But yeah. I know that one person has commented, I can't remember where it was actually, sorry, but about saying how there's a couple of shorter chapters coming up, which we may want to do a freer in. I'm not sure, guys. It might be just nicer to have a shorter video for that time, but let me know what you think. But I'll make a decision on it. I'll see what the runtime is on the chapters. But it's also how much there is to talk about in them as well, which is key. Because obviously at the start of the books, a lot of it is recapping, whereas at this point in the book it won't be, and so, yeah, we shall see. Also, seeing all these amazing gifts people send you makes me think of a coat hanger I gave as a birthday gift to my younger sister. Oh, really? When she didn't understand the gift, I told her it was an invisibility cloak. That is brilliant, and if she couldn't see it, it just meant that that was definitely a muggle. Oh no! Did she pretend that she could see it, like the Emperor's new clothes? That's brilliant. Dara surely knows how to give amazing gifts. Yeah, I always appreciate Dara and family's boxes. They are beyond amazing. But everything I've been sent is amazing, guys. Seriously, I mean, this is one of the things that I've been sent. I appreciate it so much. And also, the PO box is currently open, guys. There should be a link in the description. There should be a link in the description, but I also have recently posted a video saying that the mailbox is open on the channel, and so if you click on the link and it takes you to a privated video, it means that the PO box is now shut. But from now until Christmas, the PO box is now open. So if you want to send me stuff, now's the time to do it. Do watch the video though that I mentioned though, because it goes through a few rules about it, which are important. The big one is making sure that you email me to let me know that things are on the way and to give me a tracker if there is a tracker. Anyway, thank you so much. Schnorfrischer. I'm so sorry. It's an incredible looking name anyway, but I do worry I'm saying it wrong. And it looks like me here is rounding us up, guys, because no one else has commented. And so yes, here we go. Me here, just in time, literally. Me here. I want to talk about the movie only scene that happens after the second task. Crouch has a chat with Harry, and then Moody enters the scene and says, "But Bartimus, not trying to lure Potter into the Ministry's summer internships, are we? The last boy who went into the Department of Mysteries never came out." Oh, wow. Very interesting. Let's read on. Is the movie saying that the Ministry has interns in the Department of Mysteries? He could be joking, I guess. I'd have to read Crouch's face for that, which is confusing. Without reading no. Even you know, it's a secret place where employees have order of things. There we go. Have employees called unspeakables. Very true. Don't think they would ever have interns. Yeah, he could be joking, but again, I'd had to see Barty's reaction to it. If it's saying that an intern worked in another department but somehow got lost in there, it's still bizarre mystery introduced out of nowhere that's never resolved. I don't like it. Interesting, because I kind of do in a weird way, but the fact that it isn't resolved is actually quite stressful. The fact that they've never found it again. Yeah, I wonder how literal he's being, seriously. Back to the book. I like the detail that Crouch's son got 12 hours. Very true, that is mentioned. Well, is when Barty's blathering. He was an amazing wizard, which makes the plot of the book more believable. That's very, that's very true. Crumb is a character. Crumb is a character in the book, literally. Yeah, no, absolutely. I know exactly what you mean. How does subscribing to Day Profit work? Do you automatically take money from Gringotts vault? You'd imagine there has to be like some sort of like a bank account sort of thing. What do they call it? Direct debit sort of thing, maybe. Yeah, you'd imagine there'd have to be a lot of direct debits around in the Wizarding World. Just like the first task, I think it's great to see Harry train. Absolutely, yes, and we're getting it in with good time to go as well, which is a nice change. And seems like the maze will actually have something to train for, creatures and curses. Sounds more exciting than in the movie version, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right, me here, because when I found out that was the case, it was sort of like, oh, it's a maze, is it? Okay. Whereas we're hearing it this early and finding out that there is going to be more to it is very intriguing to me. That is, it's definitely a better way done. But that's how this book review has been going, guys. The movie tends to do everything better than the movie, but The book tends to do things better than the movie, yes. Although there are some things which I still like about the movie. And I like that scene between Barty and Mad Eye. I personally do, but obviously it's not for everyone. Guys, I am going to risk it for a biscuit and close off the video now, and then type close. But it will be literally seconds after I finished it, so no one will have time to make a comment afterwards. If they do, then I'll just obviously add a little bit extra onto the video. If they comment immediately after, if they comment later on, I'm not going to do that, because that would be ridiculous. I can't do that. Sorry, guys. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. I thoroughly enjoyed this. I think it's a relatively short one, guys. I think we're around 4.5 hours. Like I say, there is meant to be some shorter chapters coming up, but to be honest, I'm thinking that we might just, because the thing is, it depends how much there is to talk about in the chapters, you know? Like, the runtime isn't always relevant to how much there is to actually discuss. And so, especially when the movie gets things so accurate, or obviously it's been a while since that's happened. So let me know if you've got any stronger feelings about that. But until next time, guys, love every single one of you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your comments. Yeah, it's an absolute treat to do these, guys. It really is, and you make it so. Please subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm VeggieKnights, and I'll see you next time. Oh, I did have my finger ready to press stop.